Hey everybody, and welcome to today's episode 2 of my deadly playthrough for the full campaign for Gloomhaven Digital. In today's episode, we're going to be going through Crypt of the Damned, Ruinous Crypt, and Frozen Hollow, all three kind of core story missions, working towards getting enhancements. My thought usually with these kinds of playthroughs is to try and get enhancements as quick as possible, and especially with the reduced cost of the enhancements, which we're playing with now, the new kind of patch that's coming in to Gloomhaven Digital, made a lot of sense to try and rush this to try and make things a bit easier for us. If you are enjoying this video playthrough and you do like other Gloomhaven content guides and things, you can check them out on my channel. Please do subscribe and like the video. It helps me out so much on YouTube, all of that good stuff. Also, if you would like to maybe catch this playthrough live, you can come over to twitch.tv/managerequest on Mondays where I'm playing through this, but I also stream on Wednesdays and Sundays too. Always Gloomhaven and always happy to chat Gloomhaven, so come hang out over there. All right then, don't want to keep you much longer. Let's jump into episode 2. So I think today we are going to be going for Crypt of the Damned. That's probably the best thing to start off with. We've got a lot of gold at the moment, but I am saving up a lot for enhancements. Don't think there's much we need to buy right now. We could try and buy the Warhammer. That would be a really big power spike for our team. That gives us a really good get out of jail kind of effect. And I think we probably want that. That plus unstable upheaval. You cannot ignore a big stun. Just cannot ignore it. Did I get the negative scenario effect perks already? I did. That's good. I don't have to worry about my progression for that, at least. All right, I mean, we've got exactly the right amount. That feels like you don't pass up that opportunity. 26 gold here. We could get some boots, but it would only be winged shoes. Doesn't feel great. Cloak of Invisibility, that's 20 gold well spent, pretty much, on a character like this. If anything, it just gives us a safe door opening, so that's always good. And 18 gold. Really, we want a Poison Dagger, which is 20, I think, is our next item, so we can leave that for now. All right, that's good. So let's go to Crypt of the Damned. Hey, Dooft. How's it going, buddy? Good to see you. Finally got your laptop so you can play Gloomhaven. Been playing tabletop for a year now and still failed the first scenario on your first play. Hey, a lot of people do. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Right, traveling off the beaten path, you are surprised to see a large group of figures on the horizon. You take out your weapons and move cautiously forward. As you get closer, it becomes clear that the figures are not alive, but sculptures of some kind, made haphazardly out of branches, garbage, and scrap metal. There are 50 or so in the middle of a field with no other signs of life as far as you can see. You see a necklace that may be valuable on one of them and go to grab it. Don't touch her. You wheel around to see an old man in rags emerge from a hole in the ground and charge at you with a broken broom handle. These women are all mine. Okay, Chow, I'll let you guys vote on this one. This is like a good one to vote on, I think. I will put a poll up for this. Which option should we go with? Should we go with option 1? Or option 2. So option 1 is defend yourself with lethal force. Option 2 is to attempt to calm down the hermit and resolve the situation peacefully. Hey, Exalsa, how's it going? The biggest change from playing digital is that you tend to control more than one character and have to plan around a lot more. I think that one of the biggest changes in digital is just having to like, I feel like the RNG can sometimes feel a bit worse because you play more. Like, I know that I'm not like the most perfect shuffler of decks, and like it was often quite a joke that, for example, we would go to the temple, we would bless, and then we'd be like, okay, let's shuffle our decks, and then we'd like flip both of our blesses together or something. Like, you know, cards start to stick together, patterns start to emerge. That's the problem with manual shuffling. Whereas this feels a lot more random, which I think people are like, oh, wow, I seem to get really bad luck. And I think, no, I think it's just that the random it's more perfect randomness, which sometimes can feel worse. And you play more rounds. So you remember it more, or you come across it more, maybe. It's a tie. You know what that means? Big dice time. Do I not have it? I thought I had it on the scene. I do. Why isn't it working? Right, big dice time. Evens, option 1. Odds, option 2. That is 14. That's even. Option 1. Option 1. We're going to brace ourselves or defend ourselves with lethal force. All right. 2 gold each. With a single swing of your sword, the old man's head separates from his body and tumbles to the ground. The stench coming from his rags is terrible, so you grab what valuables you can and quickly move on. Where did I get that dice from? I actually ordered it from America. It cost far too much, and it took about 8 weeks to get here.
Do not sit well in your stomach as you search the bend in the still river. Something here holds an interest for these maniacs. You are somewhat surprised to find the ruins of an ancient crypt half covered in moss and ivy. The history of this place is old and dark. With no other information to go on, you head down into the depths. Whatever these,
it was surprising that there was nowhere like in the UK or Europe where you could buy a giant dice, but
even after
there you go.
Across a large group of them,
or at least for a reasonable price.
At the bottom of the stairs.
I really wanted a big foam one, but I couldn't find like a giant foam one. Inflatable was like the next best option, really. Probably cost us as much again in him. Well, I bought it through Amazon, I think. It's either Amazon or eBay. And I think it included all of that stuff paid for at the time. Like, I think they calculated that. But yeah, the shipping was quite expensive and the length of time. But it actually just came, because it's inflatable, it actually was quite small package. It was only like, you know, the package was like that big. So, but it was disappointing that I couldn't find something local. And I got it for, did I get it? I think I got it for my birthday stream. I think that's when I got it. Okay, gain 13 or more experience points. Yeah, I think we can do that. Kill our monsters during the scenario by causing at least 4 or more points of damage. Gaining 13 experience points is kind of hard on Craig, but a lot of his stuff does give XP. Okay. We'll just have to remember to play like a lot of dirt tornadoes. We'll just need to do a lot of dirt tornadoes. That's all. Zeph, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub, dude. 12-month support. Really appreciate it, dude. Everything that you do and help with the channel. Really appreciate it, man. Welcome back. Right. How many items do we have? 1, 2, 3. We do have one item we can do. So what is it? Equal to your level plus 2. So 4. 1, 2, 3. I have 4 items. Hey! Ethnic Snoke as well. Thank you so much, buddy. Prime Gaming sub. I really appreciate it. The quest continues. 2 months. Thank you, guys. It's very kind of you. I think we could do this, right?
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
$35.99 for that dice on Amazon. Did you check? I was a while ago. I bought it a while ago, but that sounds about right. I remember being a little bit disgusted with myself, but I was like, it's for the channel. I believe it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it, and we've got some good use out of it.
12 months of questing and still no big treasure chest tongue.
Fuming Moss, thank you so much. 12 months, buddy. I really appreciate the support. Hype Train, Scam Train is away, is leaving the station. Thank you so much, Fuming Moss. I really appreciate it, buddy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very kind. I think we're all set with our cards and everything, right? I think we are. Good. All right. Easy. I can write it off and as a business expense. I have thought about it.
You've made a mistake coming here, one of the bandits hisses. You disagree. You are right where you want to be.
All right. I love the start of this scenario for the Tinkerer. I think this is like... The Tinkerer is like dream. Is Fizmo pushed through? It is. I think we just go straight into net shooter enhancement field. I think it's very good here. You can get a little bit screwed by these guys, but luckily seems to be okay. There is wind demons in this last room, so I'll keep the bow for now. But I really like this scenario setup for the Tinkerer. So like any scenario where you start with 3. When I did my speed run on easy with the Tinkerer, this was one of the missions that I looked at the first few missions and I thought this mission is just so heavily favored to the Tinkerer that I just made a lot of sense to use him. We're gonna get hit here, unfortunately, for quite a bit of damage. Tankerer. Well, that's unfortunate. Literally needed to do some damage, I think. Like, literally any amount of damage would have done that. Thanks, chat. Like, I would love to push this archer, but this archer's actually fairly easy to deal with. This is a guaranteed kill.
Wow. That didn't take long today, did it? What do you all need me? I mean, he did draw a miss. I wouldn't have drawn that miss. We all know I wouldn't have drawn that miss. So, fair enough. I get it. I get it. Oh, what am I doing with you though? Probably that. Ooh. Bit of XP for me, I think. Yeah. Bit of XP for me. Lovely. Right, I need to get 13. There we go. Oh. How about a bit of gold? Can I fix the scenario? MQ was miss. Yeah, of course. I don't draw misses. Doesn't happen. Right, double stunned. Completely stunned. Yes. Well, one of these, I reckon. What we got for you? That'll probably do there. Yeah, there we go. 16! Right. I reckon we'll probably have to rest, unfortunately. If only stun stacked. I mean, it's already quite good. Not sure if that's really a good idea. Not really sure if that's a good idea or not. Right. I reckon it will be long resting here. Finish him off. Just in case. Oh. Maybe I should have gone for that other battle goal. Maybe I should have gone for that other battle goal. Right, there you go. Easy. Easy when I take over, isn't it? No problem. Easy room. Right. Right. If he screws it up, you'll have to get me back.
That was nice of him to come and... I mean, I was drawing misses, so it is appreciated, but I didn't really need his help there. I felt pretty confident about that, even though I drew some misses, but... I think it's probably time that we take a little rest, but I don't have any bad cards in my discard. This is the problem. And if I go into this room... we do unfortunately have a lot, and I mean a lot, of cultists. So it's never good to open this room without a stun. We could just lose this scenario straight away. Kawag, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the quest. Hope you're doing well. You hope Craig puts out a guide? Craig's guides to Craig. I might approach him on that idea. That sounds like it could be quite a good idea. That could be quite a good video. I'll let you know what he says. Just play a turn? Yeah, I could do. I don't mind it too much though. I wanna crack on. I wanna make some good progress today. But yeah, I could just play a turn to just do nothing and loot. There's like one more trap in this scenario in this room that I'd really care about. Alright, by Harmer's Contraption. How about some Craig tier lists? I think we would know what would be top. I think we would know what would be top. $10. That's not too bad. Quite a substantial attack going on, though. He is going to block the door, so I think I have to stun this guy. Bit unfortunate, but otherwise I can't get through the door. We're going to need that for the double stun next turn. So next turn we perverse edge frigid apparition, so we can stun this and this, hopefully. Or this and this, depending on how it all plays out. Doing. Tanker is going to take a lot of damage here, but maybe I should just go invisible on the Tinkerer here. Might be an option. Let's keep them low. The other option would be to do the bottom and do an ink bomb. Might have been better, but I think preventing the damage for now might be okay here. I'm setting up for a big unstable upheaval in this room, I think, in the next turn, so I don't care too much about that. Craig's going to take some hits, though. They're baiting the ink bomb. Yeah, they definitely want me to ink bomb. I, however, do not want to ink bomb here. If I'm going to unstable upheaval next turn, realistically, there's a great spot. But if I do that, this guy's going to move back. This guy's going to move back to here. So he's going to be 3 away. And also, I'll be massive bouldering with disadvantage. Does that really matter? Probably not. Unless I massive boulder here instead. That's all right. We're trying to we'll try and get rid of some of our minuses. Yeah, there we go. We'll get a much better unstable upheaval. Oh, interesting. Okay. That actually may be, well, it depends which way this guy goes. Could go this way now. Result. That was exactly what we wanted to happen. Okay. Big attack time. So we actually don't have to worry about playing stuns, or if we do play stuns, we should play them late here. So I think that's what I'm going to do. We'll go late stun. Late stun. Ah, that's a bit unfortunate. All right. All right, that 30 gold for that Warhammer is going to start paying off. Very nice. That's a lot of damage. It is, Phil. No, I got Rumbling Advance to maybe go off these guys, so that seems pretty good to me. Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, though. Unless I finish this off with just the one attack. Yeah, maybe that's good. Or not. Or maybe not. I think I'll let Mind Thief open this door. Basically a miss. It may as well have been a miss. Could open it and run back. Might be a bit too soon to do that. What's my next turn? Well, my next turn is probably Perverse Edge Hostile Takeover, which is actually pretty decent against those guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You bash in the door, thinking you've...
All right, not moving. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's this? 5? Range 5? 4. Unfortunately, they can get to me, so I think I do have to move back here. Bit of a shame. But I think it's probably the right play. Now, hopefully, we should be able to just finish these guys off. That's what I'm hoping. $14. Yeah, so it's generally speaking, just finishing, like when you've got the Mind's Weakness up, the default attack 2 becomes a default attack 4. So it's like cards like this. It's quite nice to have a late initiative and like a usable bottom, but you just quite often just going to use this for this. And it's fine. I think the Mind Thief can get away with having a couple of cards like that because basically all of your cards become attack 4 on the top. So then you just start to think a lot more about your initiative and stuff. Like, oh yeah, this initiative is important to me. All right, good job. Finish you off, hopefully. Very good. What are these guys doing? Oh, they're doing their heal again? Okay. Good for you, buddies. You meant the Tinkerer's last turn, stun attack 1 versus attack 2 melee? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I could have done that. Yeah, that's true. Wouldn't have mattered in the end, but yes, could have done. Feels like this is just a late turn to let these guys kind of come towards us. Don't really have it here though. So maybe I'll just move and loot and just prepare myself to long rest. Same this way really. Drop a big heal. Shield up. Get ready for Toxic Bolt next turn. 83. Really? You just got the Sunkeeper. Any enhanced defensive stance, I'm assuming? Yes, one of the best enhancements in the game. Absolutely. Then after that, I would advise enhancing light, like the infused light element, onto the bottom of like one of your move. I think you've got like a move 3 or a move 4. Level 1, is it tactical advance? I think it is. Then I would maybe consider doing something like that. Enhance it with what? +1. Always +1. I mean, just get the loot and wait, I guess. It's always a little bit awkward when these guys do this. The general strategy for this scenario, if you're playing, if you want to try and play on increased difficulty or play harder, is that you do really just need to open this door and wait for these guys to get to you. Long rest up here when you get the opportunity. But they're being really, really slow this time around. Like, much slower than usual. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it doesn't really make a difference. I will be at odd numbers anyway. I'll leave it up. Doesn't really matter if I discard the Mind's Weakness there. It's not going to give me additional card. Are they moving again? They're not moving, but they got range 4. Oof. Right, well. Eventually they'll get to us. Now, I don't usually like to burn backup ammunition in this scenario, but I do think we're actually doing pretty well so far. Like, it feels like we're on good sort of pace. So burning a card here is not terrible. Still got some very good cards. Still got the key card we really want to use with this, which is Massive Boulder, so seems like a pretty good idea. I think we'll be long resting on him next turn. One thing I don't want to be doing is sending anyone back this way, really. So we'll be long resting, and we'll just be going like super late on everybody. Kind of just hoping that there's something that we can hit these guys with. There you go. Move 3. Don't forget the chest. I'm not that bothered about this chest, if I remember rightly. I'll give myself an opportunity to maybe go back for it. Probably proximity mine here. Might be nice to have a move 4 though. Flamethrower. It's probably this, but it is a nice move 4. I guess I could use Ink Bomb as a move 4 first before burning it. Always got to be a little bit careful with the Tinkerer. I think it's very easy to just burn some of your really good moves and then get a little bit stuck. Like, it's really nice to burn Ink Bomb, right? But then you lose that move 4. If you don't have Proximity Mine, I just feel like a little bit sluggish sometimes. Not a character I typically buy boots on either. Usually I go for the goggles first, then like the bow, and they don't usually end up being one of your first items. Okay. Probably just do a move 2 here, though. Right, this has definitely got Scurry into the Night written all over it. Or it's got potentially Scurry Perverse Edge. Probably Scurry into the Night. Even though I've got Ice, it would be really nice to maybe do Frigid Apparition. The problem is that the enemies are slightly awkward spots here. And then I could hopefully just sort of set up into like a Perverse Edge next turn. Cragheart, we do have Earth, but I don't think we necessarily need to use it here. Only problem with this plan is that if he summons, there's like maybe 2 cultists in that room. If they summon, we haven't got any stuns up, so could be bad. All right, we got kind of lucky. What are you doing? They are disarming on 37. That's not good. That is not great. Craigie is gonna be stuck. That was some classic Eurotrash crossover. This is the scurry of the night. No. No. Oh, I think he's going to be able to get me. Oh, no, he's immobilized, right? Huh. I actually think I don't move here. I don't want to be disarmed on two things. I'll be very careful. Not quite sure why he didn't attack me. I mean, I'll take it, but I'm a little bit confused. So next turn, it's just crater bottom, right? Maybe rumbling advance top. Heal up a little bit. I mean, I would love to do this and this, but I think it's just too late. Got to be very careful about that. I think I'll probably go for the stun into disarm here as well, potentially. Hmm, 21. I kind of had a horrible feeling about that. I was kind of right. So... well, this is just attack 2. We'll stun this one with the tink. Yeah, like a pretty horrible draw from these guys, to be honest. This is not a nice draw. I might be doing some serious damage with my might be doing some serious damage with my crater now to my tink, though. I should have maybe gone 1 hex back. I didn't think about that. Like, what I should have probably done is gone here. Because now I'm about to do 3 damage unnecessarily to my tink. Yeah, let's just restart round that and move the tink away. Not that it's gonna really matter, but in Happy Haven, I would have befriended the monsters by now. I don't know. I don't think that they're very open to that idea. I don't think that's really their thing. I guess I could flip this a little bit too. I could go here and here, but I don't really matter. They're both attack 1s against enemies with a bunch of shield. Okay, they're healing. Won't have Earth, though. You've been playing the game for close to 100 hours and never knew that you could reset the current round. Yeah, as long as it's still in the round. You can't do it in multiplayer. You can only really do it in single player. But yeah. Like, if you know that you would have just done one little thing differently, I don't mind doing it. I generally tend to avoid it. I know this scenario is going to be quite close. And just a small mistake like that, which is literally, as soon as I went to my next character, I was like, oh yeah, that's not a thing I should do. I was like, okay, just restart the round. But I wouldn't do it for like any like big things usually. Unless we've been like fighting against a scenario for hours and then, you know, we lose because of something and we could have played differently. And then sometimes, yeah, just do it. Save on misclicks? Yeah, misclicks too, of course. It could be a way to cheat as enemy cards do not change. Yes, it can be. It can be, which I don't use it for that. I use it more for mistakes that you would make in the board game, right? Like just small oversights like, oh, I meant to use my potion and I forgot. Like when you play the game for a long periods of time as well, you just kind of click through the menus very, very quickly. So you get used to the system and sometimes you just progress. And it's just for those small moments there where you're like, oh, I would have used my potion, or, oh, I forgot to use this item, or actually, could you not go into that hex? Could you go into this hex instead? Like just very minor things that don't really affect like the round, but are mistakes that you wouldn't make in physical because you could just go, oh, walk that back slightly, just do this, and you wouldn't have made that mistake. Okay, well, we should be good. We should be very good here now. I feel pretty good about killing all of these guys now. We should have a really good round here. We should have a really good round. Frigid Apparition and stun these, so we probably want to... let's see if we can get rid of one of our misses first. Oh, there goes our -1s. Okay. Maybe not. Oh, think. These guys have healed every single turn. What are they doing? It's like an Earth Demon convention down here. What are you doing? I mean, I'm not going to... I mean, it's quite good RNG for me because it means I haven't had to deal with them, but it's kind of weird. They're just broing out down here. Yeah, now kiss. Sure. We definitely want to go get this chest. It's a fun chest. I guess I should go on the 9 because there's a chance. There's a chance that they draw their 10. Gotta play for that. Have we broken the game? That's... What? I am very confused right now. Probably should have attacked the other one. Because this guy would have died. But... because of the 2 health. But I think we'll be okay. We're going to have plenty of time to min-max this scenario a little bit to get some gold, I think. So we don't have to worry about playing completely perfectly. Because we're going to have plenty of opportunities, I think. The one in the small room has 100 gold in it. If only. If only. Themes are concerned about current pandemic situation, you think? They're definitely staying more than 2 meters away. They're clearly observing social distancing standards, which, you know, to be applauded, really. It's very good of them. I guess we're going to get that chest, huh? Are they bugged? I'm honestly starting to think that they're bugged. It's just very strange. Could I have not used backup ammo on the dirt tornado? I could have, yes, but I would have to target an additional enemy above the ones I'm already targeting, which I didn't have an option to there. But yes, I could have. And it would have used a charge, so that's why I'm down 2 charges rather than just the 1 charge. Because you have to add it regardless. But yeah, you can't target the same person twice with backup ammunition. Yeah. It's Ring of Skulls is what we get. Or Ring of Skulls design, I believe. Not actually the Ring of Skulls. Maybe keeping a loot too might be a good idea here. These guys have got quite a chunk of health, though. We'll be alright. What does Ring of Skulls do? So it's a small item that summons a skeleton. It's a pretty weak summon, but it can be very good for the Scoundrel because you can use it to summon a skeleton next to an enemy to then get your like guaranteed flanking bonus at any point. I like that item on the Scoundrel fairly early on. Works quite nicely. Yeah, it just feels like we want to go late and just hope. Feels so strange. Finally. All right, there goes the miss. Seems niche, but usefully situation. I mean, for a character that doesn't really care about many small items, it works out because like power potion's always a little bit awkward on her too, right? Because power potion's best used with lots of big AoEs. She just have like throwing knives, which can give you like a +2. It is nice to obviously maybe sink that into a big smoke bomb backstab, but it's not like inherently great. Like power potion's generally good on characters that can target lots and lots of things. So it's not a great power potion user. Not bad, but not great. Health potions, sure, but it's not, again, not really what the character's about. Character's more about going in, killing things, running away. She's not meant to be in there fighting a lot. And then you just got stamina potion, which obviously every character wants. So in terms of like early items on that character, there isn't a huge amount for your small item slot. And I think Ring of Skulls is a nice, easy one if you get enough gold. It does cost quite a bit, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Well, he's very dead next turn. Hey, F. Lucas. D&D is done. How did your session go? You think they're just waiting for me to burn all my move 4s? The ultimate betrayal. Yeah, so like here is a good time where I can actually get the extra target off the Dirt Tornado, which is nice. So we're going to be stun shot in this, that's for sure. Flamethrower could be quite nice here. Might stamina boost to something back in a minute here too. I could short rest, I could long rest. I could probably long rest here, and that would be fine. I really need to start drawing some actual decent modifiers against these guys, though. Yes, +1. Right, who wants a card back? I mean, Unstable Upheaval would be a nice card to get here. But also so would Empathetic Assault. How are we doing with this battle goal? We're on 11, so we need to get 2 more. Do we have an easy 2 more XP? Well, yeah, because we've got 1 more charge of backup ammunition, so that's 1. Probably burn the top of Forceful Storm. So that'll be 2, 3. So yeah, that does work. Something like Empathetic Assault, though, could be a very nice little attack on one of these guys. But then in that sense, I should probably just get Unstable Upheaval because it's an attack 3 against 2 things. Or I get Crater back and I try and hit them both. I think we get Unstable Upheaval back. I mean, nice and positioned here. We don't need it anymore. We got it. It went. You killed 2 players by decapitating them with 2 headless horsemen. But they are in horror demiplane and you gave tons of warnings. So they're good sports about it. So it was a great character moment. And they're hyped to make new characters. So that's good. That's good. At least it was handled in a good way. It's always bittersweet when you lose a character, I think, right? In D&D. Sometimes it's nice because you can maybe start again. So there's the excitement of starting a new character. But when people become really, really attached, you have to be kind of careful about that. So, you know, as long as the players know it's there, as you know, it was on their heads, pardon the pun, that was the reason why it happened. You've done your bit, right? You've done your bit. Oof. We are quite low on cards here. I did not realize how low we were. Maybe I should have got it back on the Mind Thief. I mean, I can long rest quite comfortably here, and it's not too much of a deal. I can also Reviving Shock them this turn. The problem is that I don't really have a great turn against them here. Oh, and this kind of stuff is going to become a problem now. If they keep doing this, it's actually a bit of a problem. The 3 characters that survived will have big character development coming up because of this, so it's going to be interesting. Well, that's good. Hey, Anthony, how's it going? They're all level 11. You got here to save one of the character's brothers. The brother was one of the characters that got decapitated. Oh, I see. You just wanted to... yeah, you don't want someone to roll the brother. Ouch. All right. So they're pretty beat up. I think we get rid of Into the Night. Because now we are literally just playing like Perverse Edge, the Mind's Weakness, and then we're just playing Frigid Apparitions like Scurry, I guess. So like move away or get some loot. We don't really have like a bunch of things to do here. Okay. This should go pretty well for us. I think this treasure chest is unfortunately out of bounds now. Alright, that was kind of gross. That was kind of gross. This is the first scenario we've done today. Yes, this is. Yep. They really, really, really love to do that, huh? All right.
Nice.
A little bit disappointed. I feel like maybe we could have got this treasure chest or at least a couple more of the gold powers in this room. I feel like it would have been possible. But it all worked out kind of well in the end. You can't complain if you win a scenario, right? You can't complain if you win. Nice. It's quite clean. I thought we did it pretty well.
Disrupted some sort of ritual here. These elemental demons belong on an entirely different plane of existence, but the cultists have somehow managed to pull them through to this one.
Yeah, we did it very cleanly. I felt like we didn't make too many mistakes. I do think that potentially we could have maybe got this chest, like I said. I think maybe we could have gotten some of the loot at the back of this. But on this difficulty level, if you're rolling, I think you just take the wins when you can get them. So I'm not going to feel too bad about it.
On the altar in the back room, there is a wealth of scribblings on the.
Isn't the chest bad? It's a trap. Oh, it's a trap. Okay, good job. I knew that psychologically.
Crypt is a place of power once used by an ancient civilization.
If it's a trap, then great. I wasn't sure if this one was a trap or not. So there you go. My sixth sense, my Gloomhaven sense was tingling.
Elements to enhance their own lives, and while their exact fate is beyond your knowledge, it clearly didn't end well.
If the Earth Demons would have moved, I mean, if the Earth Demons would have moved, it would have made things a little bit more challenging. But I felt like we actually dealt with the Wind Demons very quickly. I think the Wind Demons were only alive for, was it 2 rounds? They managed to get 1 round of attacks off, and then we stunned them and stop them from acting for maybe 2 rounds after that. So maybe they were around for about 3 rounds. So that was pretty quick. So I felt pretty good about that. Even if they were to move and attack, we dispatched the scary enemies quick enough that I think we could have switched targets and we would have just maybe got a bit more value out of some of our AoEs. Because we didn't get great value out of, like, we didn't ever find a good ink bomb, right? We just sort of sat there waiting for it.
Scripts, you also find notes on a couple of other places of power.
Might have made it more challenging though if they had moved and moved and moved like 3 moves. Yeah.
The other is marked as being overrun by vicious undead. It looks as though you have the opportunity to either disrupt more of their work.
Look at that. 102, not even close. Oh, I think we just about did this too, right? Yeah. Look at that. It's not often that you get this in a deadly difficulty scenario, chat, or increased difficulty of any kind. Even at like +2, I'd be very happy to see this. +3, it's pretty much unheard of. You took that chest 2 weeks ago on our Sunday stream. It was totally for a battle goal. Nice save. Right, kill 20 bandits or cultists, doing pretty well. Right, so Mind Thief. Level up, level 3. Let's do this before, and we'll go shopping before we do the city encounter. Brain Leech or Silent Scream? Always Brain Leech at level 3. Easy pick. Always kind of end up getting rid of Withering Claw here. I feel bad about it though, because I do like to have like a 77 initiative. Because now we only have one late initiative really, which is Feedback Loop. Mind's Weakness doesn't really count as a late initiative because often we're just going to have it out. So if we remember to discard it every time, then it does give us that late initiative. Which sometimes you want because you just want to be able to go into the night, you know, scurry into the night, then next turn, late Mind's Weakness, Perverse Edge, next turn, like early Frigid Apparition, something else. So it does kind of combo quite nicely. So we might have to keep remembering to get rid of the Mind's Weakness now, regardless of our number of cards, just to have a late initiative at all times in our hand. Perks. Just feels like we're very light on perks here, but I mean, I guess we haven't really been doing these. I think we lost some, didn't we? Through some of the events that we had in the first session. 18, 24, 32. So I was going to get the blade, wasn't I? I think we should do that. Nice, simple, cheap item. Useful. Even more useful now that we've got Brain Leech bottom. So it actually works very well with this. We can just use the poison with this. And then we can use another top attack and immediately get the benefit of that +1. Always works quite nicely. For you, I don't have anything that I need to get. This might just be a case of saving for enhancements with this character to try and get wound on stun shot. For Craig, similar story. I think we're saving up for a body item potentially once we get the perk. So we're in no rush right now. Once we get that perk, we can think about it. But also we need to donate to the temple with him. He is our temple donating character, I believe, right? Yeah, so he's got the piety. Piety in all things one, so. Right, city encounter. You decide to unwind at the Sleeping Lion, but just as you are starting to relax, a bear of a man crashes into your table, scattering your drinks across the floor. Towering over him is a massive Inox. What did you say about my horns? The Inox shouts. The man stands up and brushes shards of glass from his tunic. I said the sight of them makes me want to vomit. The Inox roars and charges headlong into the man, crashing through more tables in the process. At this, the entire tavern erupts into violence. After all, when a man is deep into his drink, the last thing you want to do is knock that drink over. Right, what do we do? Poll? Which option would you like to do? All right, chat. You've got option 1 or option 2. Option 1 is join the fray. These insults will not go unanswered. Option 2 is do your best to stop the fighting. This is a respectable establishment. Welcome to the quest, Magister's Orb. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I'm just going to quickly go to the toilet while you decide. Behave. Make the right choice. What? I don't like the sound of that. I can hear you know. Wireless headphones. What did you pick? Oh god, it's a tie. Did you purposefully make it a tie? Jeez. Actually purposely make it a tie? Right. Okay. Dice time. You didn't vote? No. Too bad. Evens, option 1. Odds, option 2. At least we get to use this dice that I paid way too much money for, right? Wait. Cocked die. Cocked die. 13. That's odd. Unlucky for some. Hopefully not for me. Why wouldn't odd be option 1? Because I like to confuse people. After restraining the enraged Inox and offering to replace the drinks of a few of the more belligerent patrons, you calm the pace down a bit. Some of the non-human patrons are understandably on edge. The proprietor thanks you for your efforts and reimburses you for the drinks. +1 rep. I'm just doing it to annoy you guys, alright? And I'll continue to do it as long as it annoys you. Right, straight into Ruinous Crypt. Oh, we're going Frozen Hollow today.
Wow.
If we can. This is the worst scenario that we get in a while. This one is horrible. This scenario is definitely like restart worthy. Like we will potentially have to restart this scenario a few times. It's miserable. If we get a turn 1 summon out of the 3, it's like basically restart scenario. Okay. Heading out a little late, aren't you? The guard at the wall looks at you passively. You grunt in response and head through the open gate. Nobody's going to go looking for your corpse if you don't return, the guard shouts at your back. You end up embarking out on the road much later than you had hoped. Events in town saw to that. But as the dusk settles on the horizon, you feel confident that you are up to any threats you might face. And then begins the howling of wolves, vicious foul beasts. And judging from their sounds, they seem to be getting closer. All right, what do we do? Do we run from the howling? Or do we let the wolves come? I don't know why I'm letting you choose this one, but I am. When is the patch with the enhancement changes supposed to launch? Well, it's in the open beta, which is what I'm playing with right now. It's already in that version. Usually it takes about a week for it to convert into the open, like, core version of the game. And it's been about a week, right, guys? Something like that. So probably not long. Depends on how many bugs, really. Because if the open beta branch is buggy, they won't rush it. So, and I think there has been some bugs, like just some old bugs that kind of just come back again. So let them come. I mean, I don't really know. I don't think either of these is a great option. Hey, Emodo, how's it going, buddy? 2. Let the wolves come. All right. 3 damage. That's pretty bad because usually we could tank 1 attack from a Night Demon. Now we can't tank any attacks from the Night Demon. So, like, typically we could maybe tank 1.
Mission is clear.
Now,
These
I don't know.
Cultists are distorting.
I think I'm screwed either way. Yeah.
Stopped. With that, steeling yourselves for combat, you batter through the rotted door and charge into the hall of the crypt.
You don't think the open beta release is going live until all the new options are in and tested? I thought they were gonna. I thought you guys were drip feeding them, Lothor. Has that changed now? My impression from speaking to Craig was that, like, you guys weren't going to necessarily drop everything in one big patch. It was going to be kind of just little bits here and there. And obviously in the open beta, we've got the enhancements right now.
The sight before you is both wondrous and horrifying. A group of cultists is performing ritual incantations in front of a black, gaping hole in reality. They turn toward you and snarl.
We did this one yesterday,
unsheathing
right?
Their sacrificial daggers. Behind them, an inky darkness spills from the hole and coalesces into nightmarish forms full of...
Yeah, we heard it all before. Night demons, I get it. Just casual attack 5, move 4, go on 3 initiative night demons. Sounds good. Right, take only short rests during the scenario. Unlikely. Kill a monster during the scenario by causing at least 4 more points of damage to it. Possible. Do have the bigger turn. We can draw ×2, right? On a low health enemy. That could help. Yeah, we did do it yesterday. And I remember the night demons were annoying yesterday as well. Kill 1 or more elite monsters. Sure. Nope. Protector it is. I think I've got all my cards right. Yep, all sorted. Only good stuff can happen with 2 minis in that one. Would make sense. I mean, none of the other characters really have any affinity with wolves, so I get that. So the good news is we are not disarmed because we have the negative scenario perk. Honestly, this is such a terrible scenario if you don't have that. It sucks so much. Now, I can potentially try and go... So I can hedge against this, and it might be a good time to actually do it. Usually, I would use Unstable Upheaval with the Warhammer, but honestly, punching this might be the best thing I could do. It really might be. Would you Mind Thief over here? Stun this guy up? Would you Stun Shot here? Well, that's an interesting turn of events. Well, I think I still do this turn here. Why would I not? This is definitely a room in which you need to be like super aggressive with. Like, do not be afraid to burn cards in this room because this is the scariest room of this scenario. Every other room we can, you know, play off the doors and usually do okay. When the new patch is released, can you change the new enhancements on an existing campaign? Yes, you will be able to have the lower cost version. That will be automatic because that's going to be default. But the persistent will not be possible because that's like an option you need to basically select when you create your campaign. Similar to, I think that's going to be also the case with the reduced randomness variant as well. I think. Not, maybe Lothor can confirm that too. But I think that's also the case with that variant. You have to switch it on at that point. Unless it's maybe like a difficulty option, I don't know. But I had a feeling that it wasn't. Do we get stun shot back again? Yes. Don't think we actually need it next turn. But we're going to be looking at probably an unstable upheaval or something. Yeah, maybe I'll unstable upheaval next turn, huh? I mean, that seems pretty good to me. I'm getting literally everything, and it feels very good. This is the guy who's scary. Well, sometimes things just present themselves, and this is probably one of the best value of this I'm gonna get in this scenario easily. So you take it. The only thing I'm worried about is these night demons going before the 13. So I will handle both of them here. Ah, 10? No! Not what you're supposed to do. That's the turn you summon. You lose so much value by doing this now. Lucky that I didn't kill anything, but ugh. Now I have to think about these guys the following turn. Let's try and bait a curse out, shall we? There we go. Right, so there is these guys now. I just didn't want to have to do it like this way. I feel like all of my initiatives suck. I probably should have used this. Ugh. Horrible. Obviously, Heaving Swing's pretty good here. I'm hoping that I can maybe get the battle goal here. Ah, so close. Just a casual attack 7. I guess we're discarding a card here, right? I think we'll take that. Attack 7 seems fine. It seems pretty reasonable to me, I think. Yeah. I mean, I like that, but... I feel like I didn't quite think that through. Probably should have stunned here. Then I would have had brain leech here, and then I could have finished this. Yeah. Yeah, that was a little bit weird, I think. I can still kind of do it. Just a bit odd. That's all. Then I just have to finish this guy, which is okay, but it just, yeah, it's just a bit strange. Okay. Do I have a bunch of -1s? I do. I just want to kill this guy. Oh, come on! These cultists are not playing. It's like, do you know what? We're just going to curse you up. We're going to take you with us. They are not playing ball. Oh, crap. No, I forgot. Actually forgot. And I just completely forgot what they were doing. We'll do that again. I just completely blanked on what they were doing there. I don't know why. At least no summons. Yeah, but then cursing you up and going super early is annoying enough, I think. Okay. We're not really going to change what we're doing. Just super annoying. So we'll just pick up the loot here. I do want the Tink to try and get this kill. Being a little bit greedy, but oh, I nearly played stun shot instead. Glad I didn't. All right. Well, it's like a fairly good time to do that. Might not be a bad time to make an obstacle here as well, because there are going to be some demons that are going to pop up from this way. This is not a bad hex to put a obstacle in. Why did not the first cultist explode? Because it was stunned. Yeah, if you're stunned, they don't perform the action on the card at all. Can be a nice yeah, it can be a pretty nice thing. Okay. All right. I think we can finish these guys off. Now they summon. Not that it really matters now. All right, we got rid of some of those curses as well. That was nice. We got rid of the curses on the Mind Thief. That's actually really good. Now, generally speaking, I don't know why, but I always tend to open this door first. But I do like to usually hide. Very good. Right, so now... Backup ammunition might not be a bad play here. I should probably just play these 2 cards. Gotta remember to get rid of that again now, though. Let's heal me up. That piece of gold there. Hey, Oak Pope. You really like the cultist ability. It does not come up very often, but you love the theme. If you kill it, you can F you up. Quite a defensive move. Yeah, it prevents you from killing them, and therefore they stay around for one more turn, and then maybe they summon the next round. Like, it kind of... Yeah, it really screws you over. It makes you think whether or not you can actually deal with it, which is quite cool. Now, they're all melee enemies in this room, and there's, like, difficult terrain here. So you can usually play around it a little bit. Increased difficulty, though. Sometimes difficult terrain is not that difficult for them. So we'll see. I don't think there's many more traps. There's just these, which I could probably use hook gun with, so... Got boots, right? So, like, super simple turn. We can go invis and we can just go super late. If we want to invite the enemies onto us, then we can move away. 1, 2, 3, 4. Realistically, I think I want frost demons at the back. So I'll open up this. Right now, we got the hook gun. Yeah, one thing about the reduced randomness that I'm not a fan of is that it does really limit curse and bless strategies a bit. Like, it kind of just takes that part of the game and just throws it away, which... Oh, I think... I dislike that. Well, it'd be interesting to know, like, so if you were to play an ability that curses, does that actually put a -2 into their deck still? And is it still tagged as a curse, but just the effect is -2? Like, so do they change the coding of what a curse is to be -2, or do they remove curses entirely and just have -2s? Like, there's probably something to do with that, right? There's something going on there. To be honest, we could also just stun this guy. That'd also be, like, fine. Ouch. That's not very fair. Literally open myself up for one attack and that's what I get? Seems reasonable to me. Okay, so we have to be very careful right now. This is kind of like one of those situations when a bad turn could really do us in here. We need to be a little bit careful. Luckily, we can kind of get away, I think, which is what we ideally want to do here. Or we maybe go invisible. But I would love to just do like a 29. That will be enough to get away from these guys before they do anything too stupid. Net shooter is obviously really good here at this point in time. So I think we probably want to do that. In which case, maybe enhancement field would be a good shout. These guys have got retaliate, so we don't want to melee against them. Does mean, though, that we have to be kind of on top of these two, though. Which is obviously not great right now. But this just kind of makes a lot of sense, I think. Ooh, that was really, really good draw on the Living Bones, too. We can just avoid them. Well, I think we can kill this one, so I'm not going to avoid him, I don't think. Or I could just go invis if I really need to. Nice. So it's basically, do I go invis here or not? I may as well. You never know. Like if I miss that attack, then my Tinkerer dies. And I think that's bad enough. Ooh. Gotta get that chest. Just doing mind thief things. Oh, I could have done. Oh, I could have done an extra target with the backup ammunition. I forgot again. I always forget this card. Damn it! I always forget when I have backup ammunition up. Ah. I drew ×2 on all of my characters this turn. That's when you know you're doing things right. You know. Give me the money! $15 gold. I kind of wish that chests scaled with difficulty level. That should probably be about 30 gold. Well, this is a little bit awkward. I don't really want to activate the Retaliate 3. But I also don't really want to use a charge of backup ammunition here for nothing. So maybe I do just run over here, grab this loot, and just chill out. We'll try and get him next time with something else. All right. Good amount of loot. Seemingly doing okay here. I think we'll have to leave this loot down here. We could go for it, but just the number of rounds that sometimes you can waste going for loot can be quite scary. We're actually doing pretty well, though, I would say. Like, right now, I feel pretty good about how we're doing. Hostile Takeover is going to lose a lot of value in the next room because we're against ranged enemies. 2 fire demons. And, well, actually, there's 2 skeletons as well. Maybe not so much. But these other cards are just too good, I think, to lose. With Build Wednesday, needs to try Notes and Lightning Bolt with Retaliate stuff. That's a good idea. I have tried the Lightning Bolt Retaliate. If you watched my video that I did on the final Gloomhaven boss, in one of the playthroughs, I attempted to... that's the Guildmaster. The final boss in Guildmaster. I tried to kill that boss only using Retaliate damage with the Lightning Bolt, or with the team. And we did it. It was kind of fun. We used Music Note, Lightning Bolt, and... I think Sun was involved. Maybe Spellweaver was involved. Can't remember exactly, but yeah, the video where I take on the final boss, we take it on like 3 times with 3 different strategies, and one of them with the lightning bolt, we just went all in Retaliate, and it took a long time, but we did it. Obviously quite difficult in that particular scenario because he attacks you and then he disappears. Not the best. Oh. It's like possible. I mean, they're gonna long rest next turn. Well, I have to be the one to open the door though, so no. Let's be sensible here, because the Mind Thief is my door opener, so I can't really do that with my other ones. I will just get crushed. Speaking of crushed, bye-bye, crushing grasp. Yeah, I think what you say there, Professor, a lot of that is very true. There's Gloomhaven is flawed in many ways, but the core game is great enough that it doesn't really matter. It also helps that it's a cooperative game. So when cooperative games are a little bit wonky, doesn't usually matter so much, because ultimately it's down to players to work together, self-police a little bit. You have a little bit more freedom in the framework to play how you want to play and just work it out. And as long as the core mechanics are a lot of fun, you're probably willing to overlook some things. But if you were playing a competitive game and there was a prevalent strategy, then that becomes a lot worse, because then you're like, well, the game's unbalanced, and it means that one player out of every other player is doing something that's really, really bad, and maybe winning all the time, and that can be frustrating. When you're playing a cooperative game, it's not so bad, because you're all still winning together, even if sometimes it can feel a little bit annoying that one friend is doing this really broken thing over and over and over again. Sure, but at least it's helping you as a team, and that, I think, goes a lot to kind of smooth over sometimes some of those bad experiences that you might have. But the other thing to think about Gloomhaven, which blows my mind, is that this was pretty much mostly designed by one person. Like, that blows my mind. And Isaac put so much time and energy into it. Sure, there have been lots of people who have helped along the way, but really a lot of it has come down to really his own, input, which is, for a game of this scope, it's pretty impressive. Right. Just walking towards the door now, I think. Was it redesigned by one man? No team at that time. The very first version of Gloomhaven, I believe there's been, a few people who have helped along the way. Like there's Marcel, who's designed a few scenarios, and there have been, people who have obviously, consulted at times and designed certain scenarios or had a bit of a hand in helping, but the vision and the core kind of big decision making in the game has all been done by Isaac initially. And then now with I think Jaws of the Lion has a co-designer on the front, if I remember rightly. It just says Isaac on the front, but I don't know. I feel like Jaws had some help with it, and I think Frosthaven as well has had a much bigger team. But still, the core decisions are there. But he came up with the mechanics of the game and most of the characters. Yeah, it's one of those things, right? It's like, it's incredible that he managed to do that, and it's such like a labor of love. You can't really, I find it hard to I mean, yes, there's balance things that you are like, oh my god, how did, like, if it was a video game, it never would have happened, right? Like, if there was a big testing team and it was a video game and that's how it began, a lot of things wouldn't have happened the way that they happened, because, you know, playtesters would have found it very early on. They could have fixed the issues very early on. They could have easily messed around with balance very quickly on the fly. But when you've got such an involved game, and it's a pen and paper like board game in which there's physical pieces, you know, yes, you can play test in a tabletop simulator, but that's never perfect. You never get the amount of data back, you know, in a big enough quantity maybe, or in good enough quantity or quality. So it becomes very difficult to make changes based on that kind of information, I think. So pretty crazy what he kind of ultimately came up with, you know? You love that we do not actually talk about changing enhancing mechanics. It says it's working well. Yeah, I mean, the core mechanics of just play 2 cards, you know, choose one as your leading initiative, that mechanic of the game is just so tight. Like, just such a good basis. Like, no one's ever really gonna, like, as from that point onwards, you know, they can obviously revise some of the surrounding rules, like, you know, what certain cards are in the game, because maybe some cards are too strong, or effects, or maybe change and add different negative and positive effects, or change the way that push works, pull works, like they have already, you know, change some of the resolution of some things around, but they'll never change the core mechanics of pick 2 cards, play 1 for the top, play 1 for the bottom, 1 is your leading initiative. That's it. And you can tell in certain things in the game, I think it's quite obvious at points where you look at the game where, okay, I can tell that this just didn't have as much time put into it as maybe other elements of it, right? So, for example, the Tinkerer was one of the first characters, is Isaac's favorite character, but it was also one of the first characters ever created. And you can kind of tell this because heal was something that was treated in the same respect as attack was very early on. You can kind of tell in the development, right? You know, someone was attacking something for 3 and they felt like, okay, you should probably heal for 3. Like, that seems reasonable. So attacking for 3, healing for 3, this is the benchmark that we're going for. However, over all of the playtesting and all of the different characters that came out and more that was done, it became much more evident that that is not actually a particularly powerful effect, or it's not on par with what an attack 3 could do. Attack 3 could kill an enemy, helps progress the scenario. Healing is anti-synergistic to the game systems, because the game systems are about not exhausting. So healing, all that healing does is prolong you. And sure, it can help you out and maybe take a few hits, but realistically, it's a delaying mechanic that doesn't actually help progress the win many times. So it's a nice thing to chuck in, but it's not got the value. And this character's just a little bit too heavy on the heals, and especially the burn heals as well, which are really bad value. So it, you know, that kind of stuff sort of shines through a little bit at times. You have friends who absolutely hate the loose card mechanic, so won't play. You mean I only use this card once? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. But then also, I feel like those are probably the kinds of people who really like to play, I don't know, they really like to play some, like, broken, you know, build in an RPG. Like, they're like the power gamer, you know? They're like, well, what do you mean I can't just, like, max all my stats? Yeah. Do I want to move too far in here? I don't think if I do. I'm honestly just delaying a little bit here until I can long rest with everybody and we get into this door. It's a little bit... It's going to be a little bit boring for the next couple of turns, but it will pay off. I want to try and set up the hook gun here. I guess I kind of want to... I actually probably should have moved this way instead.
The quest continues.
Thank you, Dumpling Man. The quest does continue. Thank you so much for the resub, dude. 10 months. That's really, really kind of you. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. Welcome back, dude. Like, I really wanted to do this, and I'm going to come up 1 hex shy. I guess I could... I could just use the cape. Right? I could just use the cape. I could just use the cape. I don't think I can hit anything, so from inside the room. No. Move 3. Ooh. I mean, making a bunch of traps here wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I'm only going to do that. Even though they're not attacking, I'm doing that specifically because I want a long rest next turn. That's all. How accessible will Frosthaven be to casual players if they balance what pros can do? This is my biggest concern with Frosthaven. Or out of anything. Now, I know that Frosthaven has been designed for expert players. That is the intent. The intent with it is not necessarily to make a game for everybody, but make a game that people who have enjoyed Gloomhaven want more and want more complicated characters, you know, more flavor, just more. Right, and they know the mechanics well. Coming into the game, they're going to be able to pick up more complicated characters. My concern is that, well, the Frosthaven Kickstarter sold more than the Gloomhaven Kickstarters, right? So it's the most successful board game Kickstarter of all time, which means that that's not like... There'll be a lot of people who backed Gloomhaven and potentially were like, well... I didn't really like it. To be fair, Gloomhaven did become more popular after the campaigns. Like, obviously, this was always going to be bigger because, you know, Gloomhaven was like the start, and this is like the follow-up. So it kind of makes sense that it beat it. But it is concerning that there's so many copies have already been sold, and I'm sure there's going to be people there who played Gloomhaven in a very casual way who are going to get to Frosthaven and struggle. And even though they've been fairly upfront about it. And this is why it's my firm belief that Frosthaven will not topple Gloomhaven from #1 from Board Game Geek. Or if it does, it's going to take a very long time. Because I just have this feeling that there's going to be changes that people are either not going to like, or it's just, yeah, I mean, it's just going to be more of a Marmite kind of game where some people are going to love it, probably more than Gloomhaven. But there's also going to be probably people who don't like it as much, just because of the layers of complexity that are added. So it's gonna be interesting. And thank you so much for the follow, Driftville, as well. I couldn't believe you're not already followed, but thank you, dude. It's also going to get review bombed. Already is, because it's popular. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But there'll be the tens to balance that out. For every negative, there'll be a positive. See you, Modo. Thanks for stopping by, buddy. Good to see you. It's gonna be interesting. I'm very excited for Frosthaven, but I'm also like, I'm nervous that some of the swingy fun is going to be taken away, and that's part of it. Like, a lot of fun that people have, like we have a lot of fun running into a room and doing unstable upheaval, right? We're like, yeah, like that kind of stuff is just not going to be available to us. It's going to be very hard, or it's going to be a high level stuff. We're just not going to see as splashy plays. There's going to be splashy plays, but they're just going to be at a higher level, and that might mean that players don't get hooked in quite as quick. We'll see. We'll see. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm proven wrong, to be honest. I hope that everybody really just, like, the game is, like, incredible. Everybody loves it. And it becomes, yeah, like, the best thing ever. But I'm also... my gut feeling is that that probably won't be the case. But it will be... I will love it because it's exactly what I want, but it won't be exactly what everybody wants. So no 3 spear attacks. No. I'm sure that some minor things will get through, but the thing is that they're going to be able to head it off a lot quicker. So whereas before people were playing with it and it kind of was in the rules, you know, now the people making the rules were the people who found the exploits, and so we'll be aware of them and know how to stop them. And if they do happen, we'll just immediately errata it out or FAQ it out. But so you're much less likely to find them, and if you do find them, they'll probably be quite quickly errated out. Like a little bit of a problem. I really need ink bomb, so kind of okay with that. Want to ink bomb these two. Nice, these guys aren't doing anything. I'm saying that Blink Blade with fast initiative 70 will not do it for people. That's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, it depends on the enemies too, right? It depends on the enemies too. So the balance is going to have to be right. Very nice. You feel it's tested by hardcore Gloomhaven players who are concerned with how fun Frosthaven is, who are not concerned with how. Well, I used to think that, but to be honest, I think my feeling on that has been subsided a little bit. Like my fears, like from the re-reveal of some of the characters, that was my initial feeling, and that was definitely my feeling when they revealed the new icon system. Like when the new iconography was revealed, the new kind of way they're going to display abilities, I was not a fan because for me, it felt like they were reducing. It sounds silly, but it felt like they were reducing every card down to its core value. So instead of looking at a card like this, you're just like, oh, it's heal 3. Like you would lose some of the flavor of the name of a card because of like the sets of text and abilities. It sounds odd because, you know, this would still do this, but it just, at a glance, it just felt like everything was just being boiled down to its base value of attack 3, attack 2, this has this, this has this. And I've warmed up to the idea a bit more since then. Well, I think the thing with Unstable Upheaval was that there will be cards like Unstable Upheaval in the game, but they will be much harder to make happen. So, for example, this is like... This, for example, would be... I would probably require Earth to do the whole thing. And also, there'd probably be some, like this would be an attack 2 instead of an attack 3. They also probably wouldn't give me a card like this. So, what they're doing is they're just limiting these effects, right? So, you know, Unstable Upheaval, potentially I could attack for 3, 4, 5. Then I could use goggles, power potions. Like, I can get up to like a really quite a high number. And I can combine it with something like Warhammer. So what they'll do is they'll say, okay, you can still have Unstable Upheaval. But now it's going to be an attack 2. It's going to be Consume Earth to do the everything on this card, right? Or it would be no target 2 hexes away. It would just be adjacents. So maybe it would be attack 2, target all adjacent, consume Earth, +1 attack instead, right? That would be what the card would say. You would Forceful Storm would be a +1 attack rather than a +2, and you can't use an item with it because of some weird wording on the card that says you cannot use items or Warhammer doesn't exist or something. You know, like there'll be stuff like that. So you'll still have that effect of drawing lots of modifiers, but you just won't be having that very big board effect like maybe you've gotten used to, you've seen. So every character will be triangles. Pretty much, yes. Yeah, exactly. You got it. Okay, so do I still have backup ammunition up? I do, with 2 charges. Okay, great. So obviously this guy's a little bit of a pain. I don't really want to attack him and take Retaliate 3 here, but I don't think I have much choice. I might just have to scurry into the night over here and try and block up like this hex and force them to go through this or into this. That might be okay. Maybe play Hook Gun or Toxic Bolt. We'll see whichever one makes sense, but we'll go on 72. Yeah, I kind of want to draw them in a little bit here. Well, they've done this how many times? 3 times in a row now? Chat? Maybe 4? You agree that the way it is now seems more fun at first glance than Universal Balance? Yeah. It's a very hard game to balance because you want to balance fun, and killing things is fun. It is. The fun in the game for many people is killing things, and killing things with big attacks and, you know, getting all of your thing. Like, it's very satisfying to set up a combo and find a really nice spot to do a big burn card and get a really crazy effect. Like, that's fun. It's a lot of fun. And I think every character should have some level of that. You know, some of the more grindy characters are pretty strong, but I personally don't find them as fun. So I'm thinking, like, for example, the Drifter from Frosthaven is objectively quite powerful. Like, can do quite a lot of good stuff, but it's incredibly grindy. Like, you have to really, you know, do this to add a damage, then you take the token back. But it is good value. So how will that sort of stuff kind of pan out? I don't know. Gotta love drawing your times 2 on a one attack, right? That is the point. Kill things with big attacks. You hate Eclipse. Yeah. The single target value classes are fun for a little while, but ultimately become quite boring, I find. I can go get the chest on the crack cart. Why not? Don't know whether or not I'll get this in, but I'll try. I will try. Same with this. Try here as well. Probably just going to be tanking one of these two. Really? Again? Jeez. All right, well. I don't really want this guy to be healing off all of the damage and the poison that I've done to him, so. I've had some funky flips tonight, chat. Like those earth demons as well in the previous scenario. It's crazy. Yeah, rolling advantage rules are... Rolling modifiers and advantage and disadvantage are being fixed to actually be the Frosthaven rules, which is much appreciated. Oh, missing this. Well, I don't really want to hit this guy for 3. Because I'll just take retaliate damage. I guess it's 4 and then I'm trying to draw a plus modifier. 2 curses. A lot of -1s. It's probably about a 50-50 if I do damage or not. I really want to crater him. Like that's the play. But I'm also really trying desperately to not use these charges. Kind of awkward here, actually. I think we're gonna have to be a bit careful here. Things are starting to get a bit hairy. Again? What is going on today? I don't get it. These flips can't be a coincidence. It feels weird, right? There's no way that we can flip that kind of many shield and heals. They have... Is it 2 of them? Come on. Yeah. There we go. Now he's dead to crater. Right, so let's just get the chest first, and then we'll go that way. Lovely. Mind Thief at the strategic position to attack them. We got the Brain Leech bottom. That's what you want. Well, to be honest, we're probably just going to have to short rest and try and get Perverse Edge here and just hammer him that way. That's annoying, but to be honest, losing Perverse Edge is much worse. So we'll take that. Maybe not the best idea I've ever had, but... Full greed? I mean, I might just do this. It sucks, but... I mean, that will kill him. Comfortably. There you go. Well, actually, I could just sit there. We'll just wait. We'll just wait it out here. He did actually not heal this turn, though, chat. Like, Crack is secretly a scoundrel. Well, he's got no money. We had to spend all of his money. He needs it. Crater's still pretty good here. Explosive Punch is just a move 4 at this point. Maybe that's good enough. One, two, three, 4, 6. We can get pretty close, right? We can get pretty close. We'll keep doing this. We'll just use some default attacks. We can tank a little bit here. Easy. This is an absolute mess though over here. You'd be greedy already and just burn the cards for XP. I've got to be a little bit careful because I am kind of teetering on the edge here of maybe exhausting. Like I've got cards. I should be fine, but I'm pretty close. I think I have, yeah, so I have Protector. I thought I had this. So it would be great if I could get through another scenario with just all of my battle goals done. Jawordan, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the quest. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. try and find a position to do a loot 2 in. I don't think I'm gonna get it. Also, the Tinker is not a character that you really care to level up anyway, so it's fine. Yeah. Perfect. There you go. That's all we needed. Okay, great. So really all we need to do is just finish this guy off. Make sure that we get as much loot as possible. That's it. Simple. So we don't want to kill him quite yet, but we'll do this. I think I should level up with the XP that I get on the crack heart, so I don't think I need to push it too much. Who's close to leveling up? Not close. Not close. Close, but I think the XP will probably do it from the scenario gain. We can always try and be the one to kill. We'll make sure the crack heart's the one to kill. Mind Thief's already just ridiculously rich and all good, so good stuff. All right. So we'll literally just run away. Heal ourselves up. I could have maybe got a little bit more XP on the Tinkerer there, but to say I don't really want to level the Tinkerer up too much because there's no benefit to doing so. Sad Tinkerer. Gonna end up leaving one pile of loot. Nice, clean, very good. To be honest, that scenario can be miserable.
With the cultists and their
Absolutely
minions dead,
miserable.
It seems the Dark Rift is now dormant. It's no less disconcerting, however. You toss a rock at it, and the rock disappears into nothingness.
I will say that although we got quite a few of those 10s on the cultists, which can be quite annoying. It's probably better that than their summons. So I think we got a very lucky room 1, especially room 1, turn 1. That was a very lucky. The cultists, I think, did their move and attack. That was it. Like their small move and curse attack. The night demons didn't do anything. They did their stay in one place. So this particular scenario, that bit of luck at the beginning just snowballed into us. We probably could have still done it if we had a little bit of a harder start to the scenario, but it definitely made it much easier for us, I think, just having an easy first room.
You wonder whether you could enter the rift yourself, and whether you would survive the trip to wherever the
At one point of loot, restart turn.
Alternatively, finding some way to close the rift is probably the more prudent decision. There's an Aether enchanter in Gloomhaven who may know more about this interplanar stuff.
Is this the many cultists room 1 plus really big zombies scenario? No, this is the one with cultists summoning night demons, or that's the theme of it at the start, is the cultists is like summoning night demons. And you're essentially having to try and close the rift.
She's been known to ask for impossible favors before she helps.
They get frost demons, flame demons. Very nice. Don't think that's true, but I'll take it. Not great on XP, actually. Really. But it was kind of difficult for the crack art to get XP in that scenario because there was so many, like, so much retaliate going on that never felt like a really good time to use it. Just felt like it was never really a great time to be able to use, like, heaving swing and stuff like that. We just didn't get it. And Dirt Tornado is really underwhelming against shielded enemies, so Dirt Tornado got pitched pretty early on. And you start disarmed. Yes. Which is why the ignore negative scenario perk is very important if you want to kind of rush the first few missions, I think. Because that can be the difference between you winning or losing. Back to Gloomhaven we go. Right, nice level up on Craig. Level 3. Clear the Way or Blunt Force. Neither of these two cards I'm that jazzed on. I do think Clear the Way is... I mean, it's probably the better card. It's just awkward. It's just really awkward. You could make an argument for Blunt Force, especially if you were going down the strengthen route with the old enhancements, right? Because I think you can strengthen that retaliate 1 into a you can add strengtheners and enhancements to that retaliate 1, I believe. But it's just and 21 initiative is not bad for this character. It's pretty good for this character, actually. But Clear the Way is 100% the right pick if you're going like lower levels of difficulty, because the attack 2 is quite impactful, and then the attack 3 potentially is quite impactful. But I find it to be so-so. But then there's the move 5 jump on the bottom is quite good too. That can do work. I think we're still going to get it because I don't plan on doing the enhancements for strengthen. So what are we going for? Option 1, pay for the thing. Good idea. You hand over the guard and take hold of the piece of garbage. Oh. Amidst troubling brown smears, you see a lot of meaningless scratches. Oh well, sometimes the long shot doesn't pay off. Not this time, chat. Not this time. Never lucky. Oh, no offense, but I don't know how you've got so much gold, Tink. I have no idea how you got so much gold. Right, Frozen Hollow. So not far outside Gloomhaven, you look up to see a large bird flying overhead. Something is odd, though. Its movements are jerky, and there is smoke billowing out of it. Then you see it plunge into a sudden nosedive and crash to the ground off in the east. You rush to the scene and find a limping, soot-covered Quattrall kicking a giant wing contraption made of leather and metal. Curse this wretched thing, he yells in frustration. I thought I'd worked it out, and then I suddenly lost pressure in the piston chamber. It looks over at you. You there, wonderful timing. Help me get this thing back into the air. There is no time to waste. Chat! Ooh.
You better believe it's a Zacromraid, Zacro high, Zacro high, Zacro high, Zacro hype, Zacro hype, Zacro hype.
Hey, Zycrom. How's it going, buddy? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, guys. Good to see you. How's it going? You guys been playing Gloomhaven today? Quick, options. Option 1, do whatever the Quattrall says. Or option 2, demand an explanation. There's still time. 2, demand an explanation before you help in any way. Thank you so much for the resub as well, Zycrom. Really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Nah, you suck at Gloomhaven. Well, everyone's got to start somewhere, you know? You know how it is. Everyone does kind of suck at Gloomhaven, you know? You force the Quattrall to slow down and talk to you, but his eyes keep darting around in a panic. Don't you understand? The world needs my technology now. I must perfect it. It will revolutionize everything. You agree that the power of flight is pretty great, but you convince the Quattrall that the world can wait a day for him to get some rest and organize his thoughts. You help him transport the broken machine back to town. +1 prosperity. Good job, everyone. That's actually a really good result. I'm happy with that. See you, Zychron. Good luck with the baby. That sounds harder than Gloomhaven to me, so I'll take Gloomhaven.
Obscured by snowdrifts, you find the opening to a dark, narrow cave. The wolf tracks around the entrance are troubling, but with a firm resolve, you enter.
All right, Frozen Hollow, our favorite. Loot, no gold. No. Have 3 or few cards. It's a pretty long scenario, so we'll definitely be with our last cards, I think. Gain 13 or more experience. Pretty easy to get a max ink bomb, max net shooter. That's 6. Flamethrower, 9. Very hard for us to be the opener. Let's do Workhorse. I think we can get there. Kill a monster during the scenario by causing at least 4 or more points of damage. That's pretty easy to do. All right, good. All right, this is going to be a hard one, chat. Deep in the tank. Frozen Hollow is no joke. Why are Quattrals obsessed with flying? In Jaws the Lion, there was a city event of a Quattral trying to fly too. They just love to mess around with technology. They're little guys, you know? They're little, so it takes them a long time to walk places. So they're very interested in technology. Very interested in transportation. You know, they're little feet. These guys can't go. Like, it's tired. He can't keep up with Craig. He's got to fly. Do I have Scythe? No, I do not have Scythe. All right, so this might be a little bit game of, well, I would say line of sight, but it could be quite difficult to line of sight these guys. Realistically, the ranged guys need to be attacking these. Because of the retaliate's pretty hard as well. Retaliate 3 on the elites. We got to get some decent range damage into there. Nice and early, really. But also, I have to think about these two because they can hurt. Their attack target everything would be brutal. Don't have a good setup for this scenario, actually. I mean, I got stun shot here, but that doesn't seem very good to me. I could be on the Scurry, Perverse Edge, Cloak of Invisibility turn. I don't like it, but I don't think I have much better. I might be able to blow this up next turn, or this turn, if I go kind of late. Oh, no. Ah. That's pretty much the worst thing they could have done. Oh, man, that's really bad.
Nice.
Not nice. Really not nice. What a horrible first turn, chat. I guess we won't be making ice then. Yep, that's pretty much it. Nice for the enemy. I should have gone on 82 as well. I really messed up my initiative here. I thought I accidentally selected the 28. I was supposed to go 82. I was really planning on these guys kind of crowding around this hex. I mean, I now have a really good option to just block here, which I think I'll take, but it's just... Still gonna get hit for a bunch. This is okay, because at least then we only have to deal with these guys, but they are big attacks. All right, we rescued that turn just about. I don't love it, but we did rescue it. In a similar way, we might have to do what we just did, but kind of do it again. Not ideal, but might work out okay. Fine. I don't plan on going anywhere anyway. Slow start. Very slow start. Poor Mind Thief just taking it like a champ. I believe in you, buddy. Ooh. Please leave me alone, sir. Please. What is this? Range 3? 1, 2, 3. Might just have to do these little attacks and run away, I think. A little attack. That's a lot of damage.
Now that's a lot of damage!
It's a little bit annoying because I really wanted to clear the way here this turn. But then I'm going to be in range of this. It's basically do nothing. Or do something. What's the range on this too? Is this 3? 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, well, it's just that. It's one attack of 4. It's obviously not great, but... in theory, I could also block this off. Hang on. Oh, no line of sight to that hex. I think we found a winner. Always check your line of sight, chat. Now, I could chuck it here, and then they can't get me at all. But I think I have to be proactive here, so I'm gonna chuck it here. Well, actually, no. If I put it here, then they can move that way, right? Yeah, I suppose. It's kind of... I'm opening myself up. I forget that this won't be here. How do you check line of sight? Hold L. And drag. Okay. Well, we've got an easy way to get to these guys now, too. We can rumbling advance them. Maybe Massive Boulder. Let me get Massive Boulder back. Seems like a reasonable play now. Ouch. That also means, however, that I no longer have line of sight. Whoops. Small problem. Minor inconvenient problem there. I mean, I got a chance to get away from these guys. I need to get good initiative, but let's see how we go. Oh, okay, well, they're just doing... I mean, muddling's not great, obviously, but... I'll take it. Do I miss playing Guildmaster mode for its flexibility? I mean, I like the idea of just being able to bring in certain mercenaries for certain missions, yeah. I do miss that. That could be a little bit annoying. Just being able to sort of chop and change. Kind of knew I wasn't going to do any damage there, so... Oof, they're doing a big attack, right? Gonna be burning some cards here, I think. On everybody, maybe. There's 3 there. And a 1 there. Burn. Armor's contraption. Tough first room. Oh, wow. Another one? Oh, Jesus. This is such a tough decision. Because I need to keep Fearsome Blade in this scenario because everything has Retaliate. Like, everything has Retaliate in this scenario. Ugh. We've got all these guys I gotta kill. We're gonna sacrifice our move. I don't like it, but I don't think I have any other option. Not a great start to this scenario, to be honest. I feel like we've not managed these two very well. And now I'm in a weird position where I kind of have to short rest, and I don't really want to. Not really what you want to see, but I can't really lose stun shot. You know, losing stun shot here would be pretty big. I need to kill this guy, really. And honestly, we'll be looking to maybe rumbling advance again here. I need to long rest on these guys. Damn. I could crater here. It's pretty bad value, though. It is pretty bad value. Ah! Alright, this scenario just got hard. Really hard. Oh, that was brutal. Ugh. Abandon. I don't think it's quite there yet. Okay.
I don't think even I could get him out of this one. What am I supposed to do here? Ah! Well, maybe this will help. No, I need the rules. It's not fair. Hang on a minute, I could have done this better. No. I figured it out. Hit them with my laser vision, what? I've just got two very, very smooth, shiny stones as eyes. I'm actually blind. Completely blind. Wow, this is cheating now, isn't it? But... didn't see that. Not quite sure why that did it like that as well. That's... a bit strange. But rocks are much heavier, so better to throw them than to throw lasers. Yes! Exactly. Right, this is what I had in my mind. There we go. There, leave it to me. Yeah, just needed Craig's magic touch. That's the spirit, there we go. Fixed it. There we go, I fixed it for him. Right, I can leave now. Fixed it. There you go, go do it again.
Wow. Actually, he came up with a really good play there. Really, really good play. Good job, Craig. Although I'm a little bit concerned that we've burned so many cards already, but... I can't complain. Actually did a pretty good job. Feeling pretty decent about it. Although a little bit weird that that short rest giving a different card. What was that about? That seems a bit dodgy to me. Anyone else think that was a little bit dodgy? Another burn card. So it gave us massive boulder as our first short rest burn the first time, and then when we restarted round, it gave us dirt tornado instead, which I didn't think the game was supposed to do. So is it canon now the reason Craig injures his teammates is because he is actually blind? Yeah, he can't tell the difference. He just gets lucky half the time. It's all pure luck. Is noise broken for real? No, noise should work. Did it not run?
Nice.
It works. It works when I do it. Also, takeover is pretty nice. What's bad in this scenario, really? Brain Leech is kind of hard to get to work. Then the top's going to be good at some point. Oh. Do I actually get rid of Frigid Apparition? The thing is that I can't use it against half the enemies in this scenario because I just take too much damage. So I'd rather just go invisible and play around doors and things. Try and make enemies miss that way.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
Just a little bit. Only a little bit, though. Was this Retaliate 3? Alright, get stunned. Oh, Cragheart taking a beating. Just need to drop back a little bit. God, this room's scary. The scenario shows how it feels for the monsters to try and play against your son. True. They're getting a bit of revenge here. I'll say I like it, though. Okay. Might be a good time to run onto the door and go invisible with one of these two characters. Now we've created a little bit of separation, which is nice. So I think that's what I'll try and do. Don't have my scurry though, so a little bit awkward. I'll have to do it here. Don't have the move 3 though. shoot. Honestly, this is a good time to just long rest to try and get my boots and armor back. Not a like a fantastic time for it. Oh my god, he has a ranged attack. Can you just go away? Ugh. Not got a good feeling about this one. Really don't think I've got a good feeling about this one. Possibly I should have just maybe waited a while and entered this room with like an unstable upheaval or something. I don't know. I did think that this would be the scenario that would... Maybe we'll have to do 2 attempts at it. And it's kind of looking that way. Like we get unlucky there. Like we made a good play there if the right card comes up. Wrong card comes up and we suffer. Right, clear the way goes away now, though. Doesn't do enough. Right, so we can go kind of late here, I think. That's the idea. Oh boy, a stun. Oh boy, a stun.
Wow.
Wow, that's something. I'm trying to just... If I can group them up for a couple of big attacks, I feel much better about it. We're getting close to doing that. But we're just burning so many cards right now. Like, I'm not quite sure how I get to the last room and win the last room right now. I have no clue. Like, I have absolutely no clue. Come on, give me some, just anything, dude. Anything. I'll take anything right now. Come on. I can't even do this right now because I'll just kill all my characters. I guess I could do it late, but that's probably incredibly risky. I'm also going to take Retaliate 6. Doesn't seem like a good idea. Oh, man. Mind Thief just chilling. Just chilling. Got nowhere to be. Guess it could be worse, but I mean, like, the unstable upheaval on this. I don't know. Yeah, I think we might just have to restart, chat. I'd really like to do this, complete this scenario tonight. And I just... You know, you get that sinking feeling. I was getting that like 4 turns ago. We managed to somehow engineer our way out of this problem. But now we have an even bigger problem. Very nice. It might just be loot gathering time. Get a bit of loot and just get out, I think. We're going to fail. We may as well fail. Yeah, I'm just going to do that. We burned too many cards. We can't even unstable upheaval here because the Retaliate is just broken. We might even need to change some cards up. I mean, I'll go for it for fun, but... That was not the one. Very sad. Yeah. Just get out with what we can. Do everything that we can. And then we'll just rock into the next scenario. Might this be the scenario for Helix Ring? The problem is that we can't really take much damage at all. So even like Helix Ring, yes, it heals us all the way up, but it's very situational. Okay, well, we learned a really bad first room kind of hosed us, and then we were put into a really awkward position where we needed to open the door much earlier than I felt like we were ready for, because we're already taxed. This is like the problem when you have like a bad first room. You have a bad first room, it just kind of compounds. Gloomhaven is all about momentum, in my experience. So when you have like stuff going in your favor, it works really, really well. But when you start to fall behind, it's just, and you've already used all of your best tools. Like, for example, I had to use the bow just to kill that elite living spirit. It was just real pain. Like, you just didn't want to have to do that. I would have much rather have kept that for the last room. You know, even if we somehow stumbled through the second room, I think we would have lost. So I think it makes a lot of sense to just abandon there. All right. Crank bow. It's a move 4. That's for sure. Disorienting Flash is a pretty bad card because stuns that you can only use once are generally quite bad, but it can do some work. Because sometimes all you need is one round. Sometimes all you really need is one round. I'm trying to think if this would be good in this particular scenario. There's some weird line of sight going on in this scenario, so maybe not. I think ultimately just having a big attack is good, right? That means we can get rid of proximity mine as well. Yeah, I like that. Do we go for the add one target card now? Because realistically, do I care about doing damage here? If I could hit a +1 target on a stun shot, that'd be huge. Shoot for the moon. Shoot for the moon. Crank bow just gets rid of 1 spirit. True. It does. I'm not going to do a city encounter because I feel like that's cheapening. Let's go straight back in. Try it again. I don't want to do a city encounter. See a mineral. But proximity mine can't miss. Well, yeah. Doesn't mean it's great, though. Oh, this thing again? Oh, come on. All right, guys. New poll. You gonna help? You gonna help this guy out? Which option? Oh, geez. So, a knapsack and a walking stick on the side of the road catch your attention as you pass. You look around and see a man squatting in the bushes a small distance away. Oh, hello, he says. Good timing, actually. You wouldn't mind grabbing me some leaves, would you? It seems I've made quite a mess over here. Do we want option 1, bring the man some leaves, or option 2, grab his stuff and run off? There was only one option. There is only one true option. Going on about microbots. The most underrated card in Gloomhaven. Very underrated. Very, very underrated. What are we going for? 2? All right. I'll take the 2 gold. I think that's a good decision. What is the other one? I can't remember what we do. Start poisoned or something. Probably pretty bad. Loot a chest. Very hard to get a chest, but maybe fairly easy to do a trap. There's quite a lot of traps in that last room. Hard, this scenario. Right. I might make a few card adjustments here because I did feel like we were kind of just missing a few things. Earthen Clod is a card I would consider maybe bringing back in. Because it's just a little attack that's ranged, but the Immobilize could be quite good against the Frost Demons. Is not bad against the Wolves either. Backup Ammunition is a very greedy card, this scenario, I will say. But it works so well against the Living Spirits in the last room. All right, I'm going to do a cheeky swap here. This does make Clear the Way much worse. But also, I think we'll probably end up getting rid of Clear the Way by the time we get to the last room anyway. And there's a couple of objects for us to interact with in the first room anyway. So I feel like Clear the Way is a card that we end up burning before we get to the final room. And there is a few obstacles towards the end as well. So in terms of you, I don't think there's much that I would change here at all. Quite a lot of retaliate in this. So attack 5. Submissive Affliction is not bad here. Apart from its initiative being terrible. It's actually a bottom attack that is usable. There's so much retaliate that you just get an enemy to do like a base attack. Does the beta have the rolling modifier changed yet? No, I don't think so. The bottom of this card's pretty good because essentially it turns into an attack 5. Because you got the attack 2 and then you got retaliate 3 that all these guys have. And I could do some like shenanigans, like get the living spirit to attack a frost demon and just die. This feels like it's got some situational use that could be quite good. But then what card do I get rid of? Really, it would probably have to be something like Empathetic Assault, but I don't really want to get rid of that. You could say get rid of Brain Leech, because that's a bottom that I just can't really use. Or I find it very difficult to use this bottom. I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to give it a go. I think it's got some situational use, chat. Nature's Lift is the art. It's definitely not. Not often that I play this card, but I actually feel like this particular scenario has some nice situational use. If I can get a living spirit to kill itself on retaliate, that would be really, really good value. Let's give it a go. Axel Danza, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the quest. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Drop Brain Leech? Yes. Drop Brain Leech, I think. Because I can't really use the bottom, and the top is just like it's not as good as Empathetic Assault top. Because Empathetic Assault top I can actually use in a pinch when I'm in trouble, whereas Brain Leech just really does damage and heals. Like it doesn't it won't get me out of that danger, if that makes sense. Okay. So. I think I had a pretty good idea with my strategy for the start. I might need to get a bit aggressive with the Tinkerer. Drop like a net shooter on these two early. Even though it's like attacking, you know, a little bit ineffectively. I feel like just getting these two, locking them down for a turn is probably worth it. Then all I need to do is worry about... I think I can probably do that from that hex too. Then all I really need to worry about is locking this guy down.
Spicy.
Yeah, a little bit spicy. Then all I need to do is worry about locking this guy down. And I will try and remember to do this the right way this time. This is the way that I wanted to do it that time, and I will try and do it this time. Make sure that I got it before I do it. I do. No messing around. Let's make sure that we get it. It's a pretty reasonable start, I think. We're obviously going to be taking quite a bit of damage from here. I think I invis on the Mind Thief because I can't afford to... I can't really afford to burn cards on the Mind Thief. I can afford to burn cards on Tink. And I've got 11 health too. I think we know the next turn looks something like this. At least the very first turn last time as well, they drew their Consume Ice Stun, which was like the worst thing that could have happened to us. It just completely wrecks our opener, so... How many scenarios am I doing this campaign? I'll probably do some side scenarios. I'm not exactly sure how many, but I'll probably do some side scenarios. Doesn't seem like great value now, huh? If I go here... Oh, I could create the next turn, though. Do I just go straight into Crater? Burn, burn. Oh, man, that's a lot of burns. But also I could unstable upheaval, couldn't I? I might have to unstable upheaval this room. I could always set that up with Toxic Bolt, though. So we're going Toxic Bolt. So I'm gonna have to go after 18. I think I want to try and go for the big thing here. I've got to. But we'll do it on 29. So I'll do the unstable upheaval, then we'll get away. I probably want to move away a little bit here. Doesn't necessarily matter. I could go really late here. Yeah, I can get in here. This could be quite good. All right, 19. Awful. Might have just lost. Say that every time, but now I kind of feel that way again. Great. I mean, how much are they attacking for? 6 each. Seems pretty reasonable to me. Does anyone know if it's statistically profitable to use Craig's add -2 and 2 +2s perk? What about with advantage? I never do, but I don't always rock in with advantage, but I never do. I think increasing the swinginess is never a good thing. So even like, yes, there is a world in which you could draw it and obviously you could get lucky, but there's also the world where you draw, you know, that and a miss, and you miss a really important attack when you're strengthened. So for me, the risk does not outweigh the benefit, because I'd rather keep the deck like doing the amount of damage that's printed on the card, hopefully +1 or 2. Like, that's really what you're shooting for. I'm not usually shooting for like, hey, I really want this to do, you know, crazy amounts. So I'm sure somebody has, but I personally just dislike the risk involved. Even if statistically it might feel good, I know that there'll be times where it will screw me and I just won't be happy about it. And now I take all of the retaliate damage as well. Like... Nearly just decided to restart there. Very close. Right, please give me some aid. Please help me out. I would take anything at this point in time. Oh, the hound's just drawing it again. I'm just going to abandon, I think. We'll try again. We need to have like a good 2 or 3 rounds. So we just have had really, really rough rounds. We could definitely do it on this difficulty. Like I don't feel like it's not possible on this difficulty, but we certainly need a little bit of luck on the first like 2 rounds. Like just the wolves going late. You know, maybe the living spirits not doing an attack, just doing their curse. You remember this scenario being pretty easy for you in physical? You were playing at just +1 though. The one that scales even stronger with the difficulty.
Easy to follow.
It's the shield and the retaliate. It makes it very, very difficult for... Like, this is one of those sort of scenarios where I would maybe consider swapping out one of my characters for another character if I had one of a decent level. Like, this is a tough Mind Thief scenario. It really is. You don't see that very often. It's a tough Mind Thief scenario. And Craig's fine, but I guess his initiative struggles. But he's kind of fine. Tink's like always fine. But I think we just try it again, and I'm sure we can do this. We just need a couple of good turns. We need a good start to the scenario, then we're away. I think. You just got Gloomhaven and Jaws the Lion as early Christmas presents. Haven't had a chance to play it either. You're super excited. Awesome, man. Both of them as well. Definitely play Jaws of the Lion first, because it's got a great tutorial. It's kind of like a little bit of a prequel too, and then you'll all be set up. There are a few minor rules changes between Jaws of the Lion and Gloomhaven though to be aware of, but they're not like huge ones. But there are a few minor ones to maybe be aware of. Bringing a level 1 would drop the difficulty a step, wouldn't it? It would. Like, again, I didn't feel too bad about, like, my first couple of turns. Like, I felt pretty good about them. I think maybe I just need to make sure that I make Earth on the first turn as well with the Crack Heart. Because then that gives me the flexibility to not have to worry about doing that with my Tink next turn. These 19 initiatives, that's brutal. Exactly the same that we had last time. Except I kind of messed up. I should have gone a bit different there. You're going to lose out on a point of damage there, but that's okay. What are you doing? See, there you go. There's the luck. There's the small bit of luck that you need. One curse, sure, it's annoying. It will probably hurt us in the long run. But just making these guys come forward a little bit, giving us that break. That's pretty big. If this hound's going to go here, probably, or here. It's actually going to be a big help. Spellweaver level 1 hype. I don't know about that. So he should go here. So now we've got a really good massive boulder. Like, super good. We'll have a great rumbling advance potentially next turn, if we want it. Oh, actually, maybe I should go one step further forward here. Yeah, I should go one step further forward. Then I can just unstable upheaval, and then we're good. We're in the scenario then. Yeah. Right idea, but what I should have done is I should have actually just gone. I wanted to get inside that that buff range, but actually I wanted to be one step further forward because the next turn I can play my Forceful Storm Unstable Upheaval on 13 and I don't have to worry about it. All right, we got it. We figured it out. We figured it out. The net shooter enhancement field. I'll also make sure that I do this the right way around this time. That's slightly wrong. Massive boulder. Explosive punch. Good. Do this. Can you bring players in and out of parties without disrupting much? Yeah. So, there are a lot of side scenarios in Gloomhaven. There's lots of things to do. So, a player who misses the odd session here or there, as long as you're not tackling maybe the big story missions, and you'll kind of know when they're the big story missions, I think that's fine. They obviously want to be there for the big story kind of beats, if you like. They may fall behind a little bit on experience points. If that is the case, I would maybe suggest just letting them kind of gain a little bit if they miss a lot. But missing like the odd scenario here or there, or that's not really going to affect the game too much. Well, I'm glad you're back, Kova. I'm going to need all the luck I can have, so I'm going to need the good luck charm. What? Oh. Oh, fuck's sake.
Wow.
I'm just not thinking right now. I knew they were going on 19, and yeah, I still decided, oh no, I know I should go on 20 just to get that +1. I'm playing so greedy today. Right, absolutely not the play. The play was this. I had it right the first time. That was actually, I just did one thing wrong, but actually everything else was right. Okay, good. Sorted. Right, we go here. We do this. Thank you for the follow, Garrus. Welcome to the quest. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in, buddy. Good to have you here with us. All right, this is the run. This is the time. Might have forgotten to use my goggles, but didn't get punished. Okay, so now they're gonna move in, do their cursing thing. It's all good. Right, we go here. Massive boulder here. Could have been better, but pretty good value, I think. Right, now we're on. So unstable upheaval, forceful storm. Now we're in a really good position. I can go really late on all of these guys. I could potentially piercing bow against both of these. Don't know whether or not that's what I want to do here, though. I got a lot of living spirits in the last room, too. I need to keep something in the bag for them. That would be all of my big attacks on my Tinkerer. So I'll be down to basically... I mean, I could kill them with the Mind Thief, though. That means Crackheart's going to have to keep backup ammunition, right? Do I have that, or did I take that out? It means I'm going to need backup ammunition. All right, I could probably do it. It's a very heavy burn. But I think I might need to do it. You have 5 people, including you, who might play. You and another would be every game. The other 3 might rotate out. Yeah. I mean, in Jaws of the Lion, you'll have a problem there because you'll have people playing the same characters. Unless they're okay to just pick up a character. Stamina boost to bottom right. Well, that would get me Crater back. Yes, I think that would probably be the card I would look for. I can't get back my own cards, unfortunately. That would be great if I could. Okay, great. Gonna be doing some horrible damage to my Mind Thief here, but... necessary evil, I'm afraid, bud.
Now that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. I saw the curses and the -1s and I was like, please, no. Oh, thank God. Thank God. I'm about to table flip up in here. Okay, that's fine. He's dead now to a lot of things. All right, good. That's a much better start. We have invested quite a lot of resources into it, though, so I'm a little bit worried about that. But certainly it could have been a lot worse. Could have been a whole lot worse. I've still got to move, right? Good. All right, 19. That's fine. You out here. Right here. These hounds are trying to kill me. These hounds are not happy. I'll probably get disadvantage here, unfortunately, but... Alright. Well, Earth and Clod paying off. Alright, excellent. Great start. Still got a very tricky room, though. Still got a very, very tricky sort of turn to navigate here. I can kill it with Rumbling Advance. I guess I will do this just in case. Similarly, just in case. And 19! Please! Of course. Every single turn. Oh, I swear the game is just drawing the same modifiers over and over and over again for me today. How many times have we had the same modifiers on certain characters? Like, just again and again and again. I mean, I can't take that hit. Smart decision, it turns out. Is that MQ RNG bug? It definitely feels like we're getting, like, suspiciously weird luck today. Just odd stuff happening. But you know, it's like I say, a lot of these things, it feels that way, but maybe it's just weird. If it feels like something's going wrong, but really, is it? Is that just me being a bit biased? Could be. All right, who wants to heal for? I guess it doesn't really matter. You're both gonna be up to pretty much full strength. What were the characters I unlocked with these? What, with these characters? We're unlocking Saw with Crackheart. Music Note with one of them, I think. No, maybe not Music Note. Oh, Eclipse. Eclipse with one, I think. Not sure about the other, actually. Long rest on everybody here. Try and get everybody up to full health. I think Dirt Tornado is really quite underwhelming, so I'll probably get rid of that. Dak Novak, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Does it show on here? Complete 6 side scenarios. Oh, it does actually show on here. So donate 120 gold and kill 20 bandits. I think that might be Sun. So I think it's Sun, Eclipse, and Saw, which might be an okay party, you know. My only concern with that party is that Saw is a little bit funky because you don't have any elements going on. So it might be a bit hard for us to, like, get the extra elements for high-level Eclipse play, but I mean, Sun and Eclipse are actually quite good because Sun often generates light that she doesn't need and the Eclipse can just use. And also you want somebody quite tanky because you can't kill enemies quite fast enough. So you need someone who can take a hit. Now, this was my secret sideboard tech, so surely I can't get rid of it now. We're just gonna have to take this scenario super slow. You hear the most mixed reviews about Saw. Some say he's useless and some love him. Saw's one of the best classes in the game, in my opinion. I find it very interesting when people are like Prevention is Key is... I would say Prevention is Key may be the best level 1 card in the game. Like, I would go as far as to say that. Like, one card doesn't just make a great character, right? But it can help a lot. It can go a long way. All right, what we got? Not a lot. It's actually kind of frustrating. Maybe I should move forward and like gum this bit up then. I don't know. The thing is that I guess next turn I'm going really late. No, I'm gonna play it safe on the door. I could move in there to try and get like that crazy submissive affliction play, but it is within range 5, so I've got a good chance of hitting the living spirit at some point soon anyway. And honestly, I would love for these frost demons to just do nothing again next turn. That would be awesome. So I can pump this up. Fortunately, can't do anything with this. Bit of a shame. Don't get the +1 attack, which would have been nice. Spend boots. I just don't think it's worth it right now. This is a great place for an obstacle because it completely blocks this guy off. Well, that sucks, but sure. Again, we can just chill out. We don't have to do anything too crazy right now. We can go super late. And actually playing the Mind's Weakness Submissive Affliction might be quite cool here. There's a fairly good chance that this will work in our favor. Similarly, I want to try and get a massive boulder, so I'll probably sort of hang back a little bit here, and then we'll look to move in. I need like a fairly decent move. I guess we'll use explosive punch here. We'll do it. We'll go late though, and we'll go for a super late stun as well, or like crank bow. There you go. That's kind of what you wanted. This guy's gonna move. Hopefully in front of these guys. Excellent. Perfect, because now we can just do it on this guy. So what we do is we'll get the living spirit to attack this frost demon elite. Then we can kill it with rumbling advance next turn. Oh, this is so good. This is definitely the best way to interact with this room. We'll stun Leave that guy there. This guy here. Helps to kind of block up the hexes a little bit. Get the guy in the front. We are going to need stun shot again, though. Try and lock 2 down for this round. Right, so this should work. If we do this, should attack this elite. Oh, we get to choose. Oh, perfect. Actually working. What? Sometimes, chat. Sometimes. Did I spend my boots and not use them? Did I? Oh, that must have been... Maybe I did that by accident. I might have used them and then forgot to unclick them. I wonder what you guys meant. Boom. Dead spirit. Ah, it's fine. We don't need him. We don't need him. Right, so that is actually the most annoying enemy dealt with. If we plug this gap, we're in a really nice spot. We're going to have Earth next turn, so let's just make sure that we... Like, we should just go through the paces here. Make sure that we... You know, do everything that we can. Let's not do anything stupid. Like, I could heaving swing into this, and then suddenly this turns online. Bit of a problem. Massive boulder again wouldn't be terrible, but I guess ultimately a bit underwhelming. I don't think we need a card back right now. Creators to push one of these guys away might be quite nice. Got Earthen Clods to maybe immobilize. It's only an attack 2, but this stuff kind of adds up, you know? Oh, yeah, that's actually kind of annoying. I'm going to have to plug the gap now with the Tink. Start chipping away at you. Hidden S tier level 1 Mind Thief card. It's not even an X card. It's actually like a level 1 card. Pretty happy about that. Right, plug that gap. So now we just need to kill basically the ones that are behind. That's now the trick. Trick now is to just kill the ones that are behind. Keep this sort of locked down. Right, now we might consider getting something back. They do have a ranged attack, and when that comes in, that's going to be a problem. So I do have to be super vigilant about that. Because if that does happen, yeah, could be a problem. Hopefully, though, like my stun shots and stuff will kind of just... will get us through it. Okay, that's fine. Kind of annoying. But we can deal with it. pretty S tier against flame demons. Yeah, I didn't think about it. Flame demons too. Actually having to decline the extra target. What? Oh, come on. That's not clear. I just wanted to skip the extra target. Intentionally been screwing myself over. That's not my fault, chat. That's not my fault. That's all them. I might stun this guy anyway. Yeah. If I skip the attack, there was no extra target to draw. That's true, but I read it as like skip extra target. Like skip that attack. It's alright, I should know better. I have played long enough, you know. After all, I have played this game quite a bit. Probably should know better. Skip. Gonna have to take some retaliate damage here for the team. Okay, this is going pretty well. Very slow and methodical, but sometimes that's the way you gotta play it. Could you cheese without restarting round, finding that add target and choose a better attack after skipping? Yeah, of course you could. Yeah. Whether you should or not, though. You just have to live with that on your conscience. The thing with Empathetic Assault is it does do some way of mitigating some of the retaliate damage that I take. Now we're into that position where, do I keep this? It's tough. Is it better than Hostile Takeover as well? That's the other question I have to ask myself. Hostile Takeover is... I mean, if our plan is just to use obstacles and things to just block up doors, we don't really need to immobilize. But it would be a nice little attack here, because I could go stun, do this. Like, that would be a nice turn. I could also try and find a really clutch moment to play it on a Living Spirit so they attack everything. Like, all of their allies. It's done its bit. It's done its bit, right? I think it's done its bit, chat. I'll probably burn one more before the last room. True. You're right. I'll probably end up long resting around here. I'm hopeful that through this cycle, I can now finish. It's going to be tough because this guy's still got a bunch of health. He's really not cooperating. I've also got to make the hard decision of whether or not I'm playing backup ammunition or not. Let's keep it in our back pocket for now. And if we get to this door and we decide to get rid of it, we decide to get rid of it. Right, hook gun. Not having jump is so weird. I feel very, very slow on my mind. Like, I don't know what to do. I've managed to dodge those ranged attacks too really well. Right. I'm kind of hopeful that this guy dies, so... I'm stun here. Yep, good. Double stack that gold spot too. Just struggling so much. Let me at him. How good do I think Tinker's traps would be if they were non-burn? I mean, Tinker's got a stun trap. The problem with traps is that it's too much setup. I think with the changes to... The Frosthaven changes to pull in particular makes traps a little bit more viable. So before, the problem with traps was that it was too hard for the enemies to walk through them. And it was a lot of setup. You would need to play the trap, then the next turn you need to pull them in. And for an effect like stun, it's not really worth it because you put a stun trap down in one turn, then the next turn you pull them into that stun trap. It's 2 turns, whereas you could have just played stun shot. And often stuns are more reactionary than they are like proactive, like trying to set them up. Frosthaven might be a bit different though. They might, because stun is going to be a very premium effect, we might end up finding that that kind of ability is actually pretty good. It's going to be interesting to see. But Josie, the fact that it took too many turns to set up was the problem. But the change with pull being up to and push being up to, that now means that you can actually get them to where you want them to be a little bit easier. So maybe. Yeah, so the change in the rules, and it will be the change in digital, I'm hoping. I mean, I don't know that for sure, but they've said that they're going to think about other changes, and I think that would be a really good one to change, is that you can pull or push up to that amount, rather than you have to do the maximum amount if possible, which has always been a weird rule. Always felt very weird to me. Did anyone's crew not accidentally house rule that physical? Maybe. I think the one rule that everybody house ruled was the jump rule. That was one that when I found out about that, I was like, oh, I've been playing jump very wrong. Like, very wrong. Hey, Joe. New. How's it going, buddy? Oh, maybe I shouldn't have pushed him, actually. What's the jump rule? So, if you were to end your turn on a hex that is difficult terrain, I believe you would have needed the +1 movement for that hex. It was a really weird one. So if you were to end your turn using jump on difficult terrain, you would need an additional point of movement. Whereas everybody kind of read jump as disregard difficult terrain for this turn. Whereas that is not what it does. So it was like, it's a really weird one. It's like, if you finish your turn on difficult terrain, you need to have spent that extra movement to be in that hex. Which is like, I didn't play it that way at all. I guess I got my boots. I can kind of push them this way now. You think they wanted us to still land on traps with jump, and then they made it be the same for everything? Well, it makes sense though with traps, right? I think it's weird that terrain just doesn't pass that way. So in Frosthaven they have changed that rule so that it's basically how everybody thought it was. So yeah, now it's how it's supposed to be. I mean, that's the cool thing though about a game, right? If enough, especially like a board game, because you don't get that option in you don't really get that option in a video game, right? You don't get the option of people playing things slightly differently to then get the perspective that actually we should just change the rule. Like maybe our rule is actually not great. Maybe the way that we envisioned it, not the best way. I think that's really cool. You recommend people reading the top posts on the Gloomhaven Reddit to see the list of things people can incorporate into Gloomhaven? Now that will be the case of Frosthaven. Yeah, there are a few things that you need to be a little bit wary of, but the majority of the rules are just quality of life stuff and doesn't mess with the balance of the game. It's just a simplification of the rules. And I think that's probably what that list, I think, is probably what the devs of Digital are going to try and follow. If they can. Of course. Some of it might not be possible. Gotta be a little bit careful here. That's not an obstacle? Uh-oh. Oh, it's a 2 hex obstacle. I mean, he's poisoned, right? I didn't see that second part. How enemies treat invisible characters. That one, I think will be might be quite difficult for them to put into digital. And also, I'm not sure whether or not they should. That is one of the ones that I'm like, I don't know. Especially in the fact that if you play it, if they don't make it an option in digital, like it's just mandatory, that's how it works. You have to be a little bit careful because some people aren't going to want to play with the new rules. They are just going to want to play it as they remember playing it. So... I really just wanted to long rest here. Just made a lot of sense. Okay. See, this is a great example of why I would love the rules to be implemented, because I really just want to push 1 here and then perverse edge it. And that feels like something I should be able to do, but I can't. I'm going to have to push him like all the way down this way, all the way this way. I might end up just having to take 3 damage to this. Okay, maybe not. See you later. Right. Time to think about stamina booster. It is time. Very difficult decision on what to get rid of here, though. I would maybe suggest flamethrower. Crankbow is tempting to get rid of. Maybe I should get rid of Crankbow. It doesn't really... Is it attack 6, but it doesn't target multiple things? It is a dead living spirit, though, as we said before. Stamina booster is basically, do I want to unstable upheaval? Maybe, but this is a very difficult room because I don't have the hammer. If I had the hammer, I'd feel much more sort of up for that. But I feel like I'm going to have to play this room very carefully with like invis, try and kill the living spirits. So what we're going to have to do is go in, kill the living spirits first. Then we're just going to have to play around with the traps and stuff for the frost demons at the back. We're going to have to play very hard on this door. A lot of invisibility, a lot of blocking this door. So really, we're going to drop back here. So there's only 1 hex. We have to kill the living spirits quickly. That's going to be a lot of massive boulders. Potentially a bit of crater at the end to finish them off. In that respect, Crankbow is quite good. And Flamethrower is quite bad. It's a really difficult decision. With Hammer, Stamina into Unstable would be a no-brainer, but without Hammer, it's not so easy. Yeah, exactly. Because Hammer buys me so much time. It buys me a round to then clean everything up. And I won't have that round. Do I really care about having a big heal 4? Are there any other great cards I could get back here? Not really. Not really. We're literally just looking at this. And that's it. And although this could be nice... I mean, it's better than Flamethrower. For sure. Oh boy, this is agonizing. Smash. Craig does want to smash Huck. He really does. I think it might be the right play, but it's really marginal. Thank you so much, dude, for the resub. 9 months. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. The quest continues. I still have Forceful Storm Disarm. That's true. With backup ammunition too, that will be very good. Like, ideally, what I want to do is I want to do a late crater into an early Forceful Storm Unstable Upheaval to just do as much damage as possible right towards the end. Like, and then hopefully by that point we've kind of got things in a nice spot. I think I'm going to get rid of Crankbow, chat. Like, everything else has a bit more potential around it. That just feels like a move 4, and I'm probably not going to need to move more than 2 hexes for the rest of the scenario. What it feels like to me. Hey, Lord Mob, thank you so much for using your Prime Gaming sub. I really appreciate it. 2 months. That is very kind of you, sir. Thank you. I will appreciate Jeff Bezos' money. I really appreciate it. Thanks, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's super kind of you. Flamethrower Shield is good. If huddling, that is true.
PogChamp, thanks for 2 good months, M8.
Thanks, Joe. Really appreciate it, dude. To you too. Thank you so much for your 2 months. I really appreciate it, man. Thanks for hanging out on the channel and resubbing. I really appreciate it. The quest continues for you, sir. I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Very kind. Oh, I got like the second scam train as well of the night. Look at that. All aboard. All aboard Jeff's massive train. To the moon. Well, we know this is what we have to do. This guy, I'm hoping to just kind of sneakily pick him off. With a little reviving shock action. A little sneaky one. Maybe I waste a turn. Maybe I'll waste a turn here. Actually, I think I'll waste a turn. Because what I would love to do is get backup ammunition ready to go for the next turn. Because then we go Massive Boulder next turn. That makes a lot of sense. I don't really want to get hit by this guy. So I think we'll move here. I guess I'm unlikely here to really need to use... Like, I don't need to unstable upheaval right now. So we're all good. Who here pre-ordered Frosthaven? And I think quite a few people in chat have pre-ordered Frosthaven. Frosthaven people stand up. mean, next year is going to be crazy, I think, for... the games. I think next year I'm just going to have to take the entire year off work to just play Frosthaven, I think. I think that I might have to have a little chat with my boss tomorrow. I'm sorry. But I think I'm just going to have to take the entire year off. I'm pretty sure he'll understand.
Joe_Schmo16 gifted a tier 1 sub to Jventurello. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Joe, very kind of you, sir. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Jay Ventrello. Make sure to thank Joe in chat. Jay, that's very, very kind of Joe. Thank you, dude. That's really, really kind of you. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate the support. That is awesome. Guards in chat. Guards and pog frogs. Pog toads, technically, but... Right. Massive boulder. It is. What are you doing? That's fine. All right, here we go. Here we go. Pretty difficult last room, but if you can nuke down, it's not that bad. Like, it looks a lot scarier than it will end up hopefully being. I really hope so, at least. It's Juan, by the way. Juan. Welcome, welcome. Long time viewer, almost, most often not live. What? You're a lurker. I like it.
Oxyflex_Nautilus gifted a tier 1 sub to the Blue-Eyed Devil.
Oxy, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Blue-Eyed Devil. That's very kind of you, sir. Welcome, Blue-Eyed Devil. Make sure to thank Oxy in chat. It's incredibly kind of them. And that's your first sub? Ooh, welcome to the adventuring party, my friend. Now you're here, you can never leave. Those are the rules. I didn't make the rules. Those are just the rules. Needs to change the Twitch name. Live is difficult. Nice to get to bed. Well, I'm hoping. So today was the first day that I started streaming a little bit earlier, and that's what I'm gonna try and do. I don't know if that helps you out specifically, but I would like to stream a little bit more. The really annoying thing is that, you know, living in the UK is my time zone does not sync up very well for you West Coast people in the States. And unfortunately, unless I stream super late, which I do have a regular day job, 9 to 5, that, well, 8:30 till 5, that I need to be at the moment. Maybe someday in the future that won't be the case, then I can stream all night long, and that would be awesome. But at the moment, unfortunately, I do have somewhere I need to be. But I've decided to extend my streams an hour earlier, so at least maybe some people who are the other way can maybe watch for a little bit before they have to go to bed. That hurt quite a lot. And unfortunately, we didn't really get ourselves into a good position to do this, did we? I mean, I guess this is okay, actually. Could be worse. Really, we want to attack these two here. Oh, that would be so good. Maybe I move in. Then if I move in, I have to move out really early, which I cannot do. Ooh. It's like gambling. I'm very tempted. Because this is okay value. But realistically, this attack 3 is not going to do a lot. Even if I pump this up, we'll be looking at, you know, if I'm lucky, 1 damage here. But if I attack these two, it's going to do so much damage to everything. I get damage on themselves. I get damage on this guy at the back. But it's very unsafe. What did they draw this round? So we had the 19, which is the shuffle. The 48, that's sort of like standard. These guys are generally quite late. So I guess all I'm banking on is an early Hound's turn next turn. What would Craig do?
Well, what I would do is just run in and smash everything. Because why not? I mean, it's got to be the right thing to do. When is it ever not the right thing to do? Right, here we go. Right. There. Easy. There we go. Perfect. Right, run away, quick. Or maybe actually I'll get this back, do it again, then run away. Oh, that's quite tempting. Right. Quick, run. I need your help. Right. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Oh no! Ah! Why am I so slow? Why? Can I laugh like in an evil laugh? Is that evil enough? I haven't practiced or anything. Right, invids? Oh, I don't know, we got the shield. Be nice. No! Said be nice. Right, well. That'll do. That'll do. Great evil or good IRL? What's IRL? What is an IRL? Oh, no, 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 no. Yes. Come on. Third time's the charm. Oh. Right. Right, I'll just choose this quickly. Well, I think it's time that we won. I think it's very much time that we won. Right, well, I'm gonna let him do this, because this is a bit above my pay grade now. I'm a bit worried. I'm a bit concerned. Yep, MQ, you take over.
He got a bit unlucky, I thought. I like the play. I like the play. Questionable, maybe, but did a lot of damage. But he's still feeling it, and he's got terrible initiative, so don't really know what he's gonna do about that. We can heal him up. You can give him a big heal. Is that gonna be enough though? I don't know. Because really, we want to do this now. We really, really want to do this. And we still got one big guy in the corner here. He's pretty scary. Still on 18 health. Everything else is pretty low right now. Everything else, though, is pretty low. Okay, that's good. That's very good. Let's keep them nice and low down here. Again, hounds can't do anything. This is good. Now do the evil laugh again. No, Craig was the one who did the evil laugh, not me. Can I do one just for fun? Sure. Excellent. There you go. Is it good? Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There's a lot of curses right now. Good job we're not attacking. Our job is not to attack. This guy is attacking, which is a bit of a problem. I could disarm him, but now we're going crazy level of burns right now. I think I just have to go for it, really. I mean, I'm burning a card anyway, so... Good job, Craig. Ever thought about theater? Wow, do you want to know a funny story? I actually have a degree in theater and performance. That's what I did at university. I've never used it since university, but that's what I did. I can keep Craig alive for one more turn. It's possible. -1 is so close to +1. Oh, come on. Do I even stun him this turn? Do I just push him back? Because I don't care? Conserve the traps for next time? That's kind of weird. I mean, what's the play here? Forceful Storm again? Do I have backup ammunition? I do. We're not missing the chest. I'm hopeful that I can push him into it. That's my plan. My plan is to push him into it. Don't ask me how Craig is still alive, but he is somehow. Nobody's quite sure how, but he is. And he's going to disarm them both here. I'm not scared of anything below their initiative, so... 1, 2, 3, 4. MVP. What an absolute hero. What an absolute hero he's been this last room. The power of the Crackheart unlocked. Power of Craig. Never to be doubted. So realistically, I just want to play very efficiently now. So efficiently is like into the night every single turn versus hedge, I get, where needed. So frigid apparition is probably not needed anymore. I think we should be good now. Well done, Craig. We appreciate your contributions. Heroes don't wear capes except when you pick the skin for Craig. Heroes only wear capes. Wow, I'm so glad we got this scenario done today. This is going to be a fun one to edit for the channel, for the highlights for this one. I should be able to kill him this round, but I guess I need to do it on an initiative that kind of makes sense. Oh, no, I needed that one. Damn it. Oh. I needed that initiative. That was the initiative that I needed. You gonna hit me for 5? Just so that there's no chance we don't accidentally screw this up somehow. Gotta be careful with all them curses. Did I pick these key characters because you feel like they are the strongest starting trio? I think they're the most versatile starting trio. Like, you can make an argument that, say, like, Spellweaver is maybe better than the Tinkerer. You could probably say that, you know, the Scoundrel has more damage sometimes than the Mind Thief. It depends on what your objectives are. If your objective is to play the game on the hardest difficulty, I think this is probably the best trio for that. But if you want to, like, you know, do as much damage as possible, then I think it's fine. Because what's the strongest on deadly difficulty is not necessarily the strongest on normal. On normal, I think you can run around with, like, Spellweaver, Scoundrel and have, you know, really good success because you'll kill everything so quickly. But that's not the case here. I have to play a lot slower. Yes!
With the last of your adversaries dead, you approach the back of the chamber, where a small blue sphere floats above the floor. You slowly reach out your hand and find the orb cold
That was awesome.
to the touch. With a firm grip on it, the temperature is almost unbearable.
See you, Joe.
But you quickly
Thanks
stab
again
it
so
into
much for
your
those
hand and
gifted
make
subs.
your
It was
way
very
back
kind
to
of you,
the
sir.
crooked bone.
See you again soon. Craig's going like 17v1 and the Mind Thief is going invisible. MVP isn't going to be hard to pick. Look at this. Whew. Oh, balanced as all things should be. Honestly, 16 XP off the crack heart. That is a great showing. Really good. The damage figures are a lot flatter than you'd think. I knew that this would be low for the Mind Thief just because the Tinkerer and the Crackheart had all those ranged attacks, and that's really where the damage in this scenario had to come from. The Mind Thief just had to pick her spots. And she couldn't really go full crazy on it. But I tell you what, that's sideboard tech too. 981. Look at that. That's Submissive Affliction sideboard tech. I mean, it worked. It worked. Have I tried it previously and failed? Yes, I have. We failed that one.
You enter the abandoned tavern and call
Well,
out
we
to hail.
outrightly failed it
No response,
like
you wander around,
once,
observing the
but I also had
chaotic
2
mess
other rough
around you.
starts after that where I was like, we started the scenario so rough that it just made sense to restart. So we just restarted. So it was kind of like attempt number probably attempt number 4. But realistically, attempt number 1 was like a real attempt, whereas attempt 2 and 3 was like we fundamentally got bad RNG and just got hosed in the first room so quickly that we played like 3 rounds. We're like, restart. So.
You wonder how she gets any work done in this environment. As you approach the counter, Hale appears before you, holding the orb. Very interesting. She
Give me
doesn't
my
seem to notice
enhancements.
You at all. You
I don't
easily
care.
could have been sucked into a realm. It's just
Yep.
so You wait for what feels. Oh, you're still here.
Yep.
Hale explains that now that you have helped me in my.
Yep. Give me my enhancements. Right. Level 4. Let's do our level up first. Pilfer? Ooh. Oh yeah, pilfer. No. Not a chance. Not a chance. What else did we how do we get brain leech back in? Where does brain leech come in? Maybe feedback loop? Ah, but the jump's really good. Can we oh, we can enhance jump, right? All right. I think that's a good idea. Right. How many slots do I have? Oh, I only have 1. Oof. Big yikes. Well, we know what our 1's got to be. Pretty much has to be this. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, alternatively, you could put that for 45. Pretty good. The range on this is just so good, though. I am tempted to put jump here. Really tempted to put jump here. Or wound 2. Unfortunately, you can't put wound. Oh, no, you can put wound. Yeah, you can. Sorry, I thought it was on top of that. Yeah, you can put wound. Also really good. City event might give the +1 prosperity. Good call. Also, actually, how far are we on the temple? We're quite far away on the temple. Let's do the city encounter then. See if we can get anything. A great revelry is underway at the new market. When you arrive to purchase supplies, investigating further, you discover the town is in the midst of a pie eating contest. A group of large sailors sits triumphantly at a long table on a makeshift stage. Crumbs and bits of fruit scattered all around. A man in the center stands and addresses the crowd. No one can best our pie eating prowess. Step up and test your mettle. With nothing better to do, you head to the stage. The contest goes well for a while as you match the others pie for pie, but soon your eating starts to slow and the sailors are still going strong. What do we do, chat? Do we yield to the pie and admit defeat? Do we power through the pain? Let me get the poll going. Which option? You got 1 or you got 2? Option 1 is to yield to the pie and admit defeat. Option 2 is to power through the pain. We will not be bested. Crag versus pie. Crag doesn't yield. Can he even eat? I don't even know if he can eat. I'm not convinced he can eat. I'm not even convinced he can really eat. Can he? Craig, no give up. Oh, you're on about Plane of Night 1? Yeah, I think you do have to kill the enemies in that one, unfortunately. I think it's too difficult to bypass them. The imps are just really annoying. I think you have to burn a lot of cards, actually, in the second room. Surprising amount of cards in the second room. Like, the first room you can kind of math out by the traps and the positioning of the night demons. You can kind of push or pull enemies in interesting ways to just trigger the traps. But that second room is where usually I lose that scenario. So I just go hard on burning cards to kill the imps as quick as possible. Right, option 2. Power through the pain. -1 perk point. But +1 rep. You emit a primal yell and continue eating. Pie after pie, your willpower cannot be broken. And eventually the sailors are forced to concede. However, you cannot even stand to shake your foe's hands. Your legs are boneless and your stomach feels worse than it has ever felt before. You have earned glory and prize money, but all you... Shh. Shut up. Alexa, stop. Didn't even say her name. However, you cannot even stand to shake your foe's hands. Your legs are boneless and your stomach feels worse than it has ever felt. You have earned glory and prize money, but all you want to do is lie down and wait for the horror to pass. Well, we didn't get our prosperity. We're really close. Oh, man, we're so close. I feel like I should do this just because I can right now. Just force myself. I know I need to do it a lot here too, so I should really be doing it more often. Like, I should be doing it pretty much every time we get back. Otherwise, I'll never do it. Right. So let's get some of let's get the easy one. That's a nice easy one. I think we'll just have to go for the +1 rate. It's just too good. And now even cheaper with the new cheap enhancements. For Craig, like, we were considering doing something like putting wound on this for fun. Also, just push one, +1 push, and this is always good. We do have a lot of gold right now. This would make us a lean, mean, living corpse killing machine. Living spirit killing machine, sorry. With backup ammunition. Actually makes it quite good. Somebody in chat recommended that last time, and I actually think it's a really smart idea. Now that the cost has come down, you can actually reasonably use it. I think the problem is your enhancement slot still. So you still are limited by that number, which means that some are still going to be better than others. Okay, so there we have episode 2. Frozen Hollow really did cause me a lot of grief this time round. We just got some bad RNG out of a couple of playthroughs. Just had some quick restarts. Sometimes that's the best way to play. I know it's a little bit frustrating at times, and you might want to try and stumble your way through, but once you've played so much Gloomhaven like I have, you can generally tell whether or not a scenario is going to end in a win or not fairly early on. And we did get some bad luck in the first sort of pools, so had to do a couple of quick restarts. But once we did kind of get that little bit of luck that we needed, a little break, we get that first turn where we can actually set ourselves up properly. We then had some really good strategy and we completed it. So I was pretty happy with the way that I played it and I approached it in the end. But yeah, it did really have to, it took all of our energy and a little bit of our luck as well along the way to get that one done. As always, if you did enjoy the video, please consider liking it and subscribing, or come over to twitch.tv/ManageRequest, where I stream live every Monday, Wednesday, and Sunday. And on Mondays, I'm doing this playthrough. So if you'd like to see the next episode early and live, then come hang out on Mondays. Okay, then all that's left for me to say, as always, is thank you so much for watching. I will catch you in the next video. Bye.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, that's the blessing from Chat.
Yeah.
That's the blessing from.
Isaac, at this point, can we get your approval to add an additional attack modifier deck for allies in the digital?